Hello everybody and welcome, I am your humble host, Gavin the Kitty, and today I am streaming Sonic Superstars. Yeah, I know, that's it. Hello Skylar, how was MFF? That was great. How was your weekend? Hey Zeke, how are you? And hello Karmic. NFL was good. Oh, MFF, great. NFL. MFF was amazing. I've got some news to show everybody, real quick. It's not this stream, I will be doing it probably next stream, but I want to show you guys the image. I have a fursuit now. I've got my proper suit. So, yeah. If you haven't seen it from the short earlier this week, well, there you go. There's a screenshot I took from showing off to a couple of my buds, so... But we're playing Sonic Superstars. Yeah. Hello, Mountain Man. Welcome. But we're playing Sonic Superstars. This game is okay. I'll be talking about Sonic Dream Team? Whatever it is. I don't know because I haven't played it. I don't have an Apple device. If anybody has any idea on a good Apple device I could get to play the damn thing, let me know. I want to play it for the channel. I can't play it right now, though. Hello, Sylvian. So I have beaten this game at least once. I've come back to it, like, twice. So there's my file. Here was, I believe, Casey's file. And here's going to be the stream file. So, we're going to start it up with story mode with, Sonic. We're not going to end today until we have beaten Sonic's main story. Part 2 will be Trip story and final story, or maybe just Trip story, depending on what's going on. So, I'm going to be playing this on PlayStation 5. I do have all of the costumes, minus the shell-shaded ones, because they're not out on PlayStation. Unless you have a Kroger account, and while I do have a Kroger account, they're not my points to spend. So, we're just gonna jump in with Sonic for now. Composite, Sonic beats composite, go to... are you... I don't know what that means. Are you saying, like, watching or playing them on a CRT is better than the other? Because, like, I've never seen Dragon Ball. Like, that... What? You get to visit King Dominion Saturday? Oh, well, that's nice. Well, I hope you have fun with that. Oh, man. So here we got Fang the Sniper taking a big old baddie. They are on the hunt for a dark dragon. Trip is there following because he wants to know what they're up to. And they were kind of tricked into believing Sonic is the bad guy. Well, let's get into gameplay here. We've got a drop dash, which is kind of useful. We've got a spin dash, and that's basically it for Sonic. We don't have the insta-shield. Nothing. Nothing like that. The only stuff that I am missing achievement-wise is, like, drop dash this many times, use the special items this many times. So, we're gonna have a fun time trying to figure that all out. You can only get one emerald per world, so the emerald powers are gonna be very pointless for a little while, but we are gonna get all the emeralds, so, yeah. And who's Black Dragon? Sounds like a Metarex name. Well, the Black Dragon is like, he's a villain that comes out of nowhere at the very end of the game. Sorry for spoilers, but, you'll see him at the end when we get there. So here's how the special stages work. We latch onto the blue orbs, we swing. That's it. Once you get to the emerald, you get the emerald. And then it shows you that you've got an emerald and lets you use the power. I have some gripes with this game, but I will get to the gripes when I get to them. For now, the game leaves a very good first impression. And there's that. That is our first ability, the clone ability. Skylar, the stream isn't about you or Sylveon, so chill. No. Slow mode is for everybody in chat. Regardless of who does what or says what. So, quit it. Cool? Because it's just me today, so if you really want Red to start knocking some sense into people, I will start timing people out for a little while until people chill out. Drop tower. Please comment to what? Stealing spotlight. Well, yeah. Family friendly. Yes, family friendly. So both of you chill it out. Cool? You guys can ask questions about my time at MFF. You can ask basically anything for now, though, because I did a lot of stuff over the weekend. So the drive was very, very hectic. I do not recommend driving in Chicago traffic, as Karmic can protest. But yeah, no. This so Sonic Superstars is very long. I should say. Sonic Superstars is one of those games where it's, like, longer than it probably should be in some of its designs. I'm going to try to avoid these special stages after a while, because you can't retry special stages like you could in Sonic Origins. So essentially these coins don't mean a whole lot other than multiplayer, and even in multiplayer they don't really do a whole lot because there's not a whole lot to unlock. So the game was developed by Arzest. A lot of people are putting blame on Sonic Team. Most of the problems here come from Arzest. The game also has some weird data leak stuff in its code, so that's fun. It has the Pokemon problem of if I play too long, it'll start getting buggier and buggier. So that's a little annoying. Longer than Time Twisted or Chrono Adventure? I have played Time Twisted. I did not like Time Twisted. Chrono Adventure, I didn't play, so I've never even heard of it, actually. How long are those games on average? Because for Sonic here, Sonic Superstars, you've got one playthrough as, like, as Sonic and stuff. Another playthrough as Trip with completely edited level, with some edited level design and added enemies. And then you've got the final story, which is one boss fight that takes like a half hour. So, alright, here's our first boss, quote unquote. I don't really consider this a boss. I consider it, kind of middle of the road. All you gotta do is hit it like twice or get to the end of the track here. Now, if you're running fast enough, the sign will shoot up in the air and you can bounce it around like in Sonic 3. There's even hidden item blocks like in Sonic 3, but so be it. We're not gonna do that yet. We'll get there, trust me. There's lots of bosses you can. We're just gonna go right to the next stage. Data leaks. Data. Sounds like a Switch game. No. Because when it comes to data leaking into the RAM, I'm not talking about, like, personal information being leaked. I'm talking about the game's code filling up the RAM as quickly as it possibly can. The Switch version has this problem less so. Sonic Superstars gets, but the other ports get it very, very quickly. Essentially, the longer you're playing, the worse performance you're going to get out of the game. You might even encounter a bug or two. Spark, you enjoyed Chrono Adventure. Wait, hang on, give me a second, because I accidentally went into a special stage when I wasn't supposed to. This is what I mean by you can only get one of these at a time. once you've got an emerald in the first world, you've got, every time you go into a special stage after that, you'll get a medal. If you re-enter the levels, you'll only get medals from there on out. You can only get 1 emerald per world, making the emeralds kind of situational. Especially when we get to the other powers. If you played Spark, you played Chrono Adventure, kinda. Got it. Freedom Planet 2 had a better fish boss. I would believe it. I have not played Freedom Planet 1 or 2. However, I was planning on picking them both up and playing them for the channel. These are warps. They're hidden throughout the game. They'll speed you along to the next stage. They are hidden around. They also disappear after a little bit of time. Favorite character in the game? My favorite character in the game is probably Tails. He just has a fun playstyle. That's a fruit. I need to pick that up so I can show off the fruit acts. I'm gonna need at least 3. Which shouldn't be too hard to get. Fruits are hidden around the worlds. They're used primarily for secrets, for those secret fruit levels. But other than that, they're not really used for anything. It's one of those one-off items, and it makes no sense for them to be added. They really didn't need them to be here, but it's nice that they are. Oh, yeah, and here is the Emerald Power spot. You can use these across the game for Emerald abilities. Now, there's one thing I haven't mentioned about Emerald abilities, is that they replenish when you get to a checkpoint. So don't be scared to use them. But, yeah. Crab meat. Smiley face. Oh boy. Yep. So here's our first Eggman boss. This guy is, of course. So I like the bosses here. I don't like the invincibility frames. So you'll see what I mean in a moment. The flashing on the bosses do not mean anything. So I can't hit his arms, but I can hit his heads. And then once he finishes flashing, I can't hit him again. Like, even if I used the Emerald Power there, I couldn't hit him. Something about the time frame in between. It'll just bonk me off. But bosses tend to take quite a while if you're not using the Emerald abilities. And of course, most bosses have a Phase 2, where they get even harder. But if you've got your Emerald abilities, do not worry. So there you can see all of the Sonics bonking off him. They, yeah, that shows that he has invincibility frames even after the blinking is over, making the blinking kind of pointless. They should have extended that, and I think that's an Arzest thing? I don't know. To note, I will be playing another Arzest game once we hit 1,000 subs. I'm playing Balan Wonderworld to 100% completion on stream. But that's neither here nor there. Thoughts on the new character Trip? We'll get to Trip. This is Speed Jungle, and here is something I have to mention. The music. Most of it is really good. In fact, I'd say all of it is really good. But a lot of it is mishmashed. It's mismatched. So, dang it. So what I mean by that is the sound of the music changes depending on what stage you're in. So this has more of like this funky sort of vibe to it, and it sounds like T. Lopes' other work. Some of the Jun Senoi tracks in this game don't sound too bad either. But then we get to a problem with the other composers. I believe they were composers from Arzest, but they went for a Genesis sound style, and it doesn't mesh with the other music in the game, and it'll become very apparent in later stages, which is probably why they didn't want to show off the music right away, because you'd hear the incongruity with it. Hello, Aurora. Oh my god, Balloon Wonder World. Yes. How you doing? How you doing, Artie? Sylveon says, is that a Game Gear jungle? Jungle? Yes. Most of this game is going to feel very much like a Game Gear game. They really wanted to invoke the style of those older Game Gear titles. I feel like if Arzest is given the helm going forward, they'll go for more of a Game Gear vibe with their games, which is fine, but they should price them accordingly. Like, yes, I understand. It's a big... They want Sonic to be a big budget title going forward, a huge contender. But the way to do that is to make big budget games. Not to say they can't, you know, they can't price their game at whatever they want. No, absolutely, anybody can. But this game feels more like a Game Gear title, and it's probably best if somebody were to say, if I were to spend $30 on this, I don't think I'd be as upset with some of the problems I saw. Meanwhile, I paid $60, spent way too much time with the game, and felt like I felt as though the game didn't really respect my time as a player and a fan of Sonic, which was annoying, but I can deal with it. So that's where a lot of my gripes are going to come in, is with price point versus quality. There's a difference there that some may see. Oh boy. Now we get our next boss. In the background there you can see Tails. If you're playing as Tails, I believe it's Sonic back there. Oh boy, I wish I could listen to it already. I'm really curious now. Sylveon says, like, I can believe the random work drama that's happened today. Of course, one can't, one can. I don't have too much drama going on at the moment, so this is a really fun boss fight. I actually really like this guy. So I did give it a bit before I wanted to play this for stream. I wanted to see if they patch and fix stuff, and then be pleasantly surprised when I played it for stream if they did. I don't believe there was a patch, but there might have been. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention to my notifications on the PlayStation Store. So, I don't know. I waited till after Midwest, so... Sega said this game didn't sell like they wanted to. It was good, but not, like, great, and they understand it wasn't, like, players not wanting to. It's that they crossed Mario Wonder when they probably should have delayed it by just, you know, a little bit. I am mistiming my jumps. There we go. I'll just use the power-up. So the big flickies here, they did not use all of the big flickies that they designed. So that's something to note. There were other designs for big flickies. I cannot record or show them, because apparently the PS5 knows when it's in a capture card. So, that's annoying. But hey, that's alright. So, here we get to one of the gimmicks of Sonic Superstars is custom character stages. For these levels, even in multiplayer, you're brought back to single player, and you have to play a game that is specifically designed... A stage, not a game. A stage that is specifically designed for one character. There is one for each and every character, except for Trip. However, that's okay with me, because Trip's story is a whole other beast, and we'll get to that in Part 2. Part 1 today is going to be the entirety of Sonic's playthrough. I hate that laser beam. You'll find out why when we play Trip's playthrough. I promise you. I really hope I have other people on the stream for that day when I do that, because man. But how's everybody in chat holding up? Why are there big flickies? That is just something that happens on this island. There are just big flickies everywhere. We get big of all of the little animal buds. We have lots of new badniks. I love the design of these enemies. They are adorable. But I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna show off something that's special for just this game. So in this game, there is an achievement for killing every single one of a golden enemy. I forgot where it was at. So we might find some golden enemies during our playthrough here today. There's one in every single level, and yes, the game does track the golden enemies. There's only one for each stage, and they are all different enemies. I think there's one for each badnik. I think. I'm not going to say for certain, but yeah. They chonkers. Giant enemy dragonfly, still better than patches for Pokemon. This is why I switched to fan games. Well, I don't just play fan games, because fan games can have the same exact issues. In fact, they have different issues as well, with things not coming out all the time. Like, I like supporting these franchises, because if you don't support them, eventually they stop coming out. Now, do I think that's gonna happen with Sonic? No, but it happened with Mega Man. Like it absolutely happened with Mega Man. There was a bit of fatigue and stuff, so I pick up the Sonic games when they come out, and I talk about them, and I talk about what could be fixed and what could be done better. And I don't like doing... I know I complained a lot on the Discord when I was playing Sonic Superstars, but I've kind of mellowed out my opinion on this game, and I really wanted to just talk about it. So that's why I'm playing Superstars today, because my thoughts on Wonder are still developing, but Superstars, you know, I've got this down pretty well. But yeah, no, I do feel like it's important to talk about the official Sonic games and learn from them. Because the Emerald Powers that's a cool idea, but only like half of them are actually useful, which is a shame, because the ones that are here aren't too bad. There's one of the golden enemies. I'll see if I can get up there. Dang it. Luckily, I have Bullet. Great job naming it. Could get demonetized. That's okay. Once again, Emerald Powers do replenish after hitting a checkpoint. I didn't hit one yet, so we are going for it. Just booking it. I love that the music here sounds a lot more... The music here sounds kind of like a Mega Man game, but you can sort of hear it. This is the start of the game sounding more and more like a Genesis title. One thing I can say, though, is the physics feel fantastic, as long as you're running it at 60. And you might be wondering, well, why just 60? Why not 30? Why 100? Why not 120? Well, at 30 FPS, the PC version can run at 30, but you wouldn't want to run it at 30, because there was a bug where the spin dash relies on 60 FPS. So, the spin dash doesn't work on the PC version if you're running it at a lower spec. And this has been a problem with a lot of PC games lately, where video games aren't being optimized for PCs. They are being optimized for consoles, because consoles have stayed the same, while PCs are not, you know, they're not given enough time. Developers aren't given enough time to optimize for specific hardware or anything with PCs. So it used to be that a game would come out on PC, and the rigs would stay the same for 4 or 5 years. And instead, now they are continuing to update every single year and it's harder for developers to keep up. So they like either maximize it for the lowest possible setting and hope the rest of it works, or they maximize it for the highest possible setting and hope everything works. There's really no middle ground there, and it's annoying, especially on multi-platform games, because the PS5 version looks good and it runs good. The Switch version doesn't look good, but it runs good. And then the PC version's like, well, if you're running it at 60, you're okay. If you're not, good luck. So here's the main gimmick of Speed Jungle Act 2, the Darkness. Let me catch up on chat. Just call it a pew. Just call it pew pew. No, that's something else. That's something else. I have heard that one though. I heard that one from Ray William Johnson. I actually like that wording. I just hope the censors never catch on. Just call it Fireball? Sure, I'll call it Fireball. Fireball will work. I'll go with Fireball. Golden enemies, are we fighting, are we fighting the GUN? No. Dang it. I don't know what I was thinking there. I'm like, yeah, I'll just go forward. My brain is just not working yet. I'm still in convention mode. Speaking of conventions, I managed to get a hold of a couple of people who I've been trying to get to. So, updates on that. I'm gonna try to have Token in a video next year. Token does a lot of arcade stuff. He is super cool, and I cannot wait to make some videos with him. I got recognized by Caffeine Fox, so if YouTubers, people who know that, yeah, I know Caffeine. He actually recognized my suit, so that was something. Here's an older enemy that is also a newer enemy. Just gonna use this. So you do get stuff for defeating enemies and moving. There's a hub world that I haven't shown off yet. I'm gonna wait till the next world to show that off. We will be doing battle mode on either part 2 or part 3 of this. I really don't know what all I'm doing and how I'm doing it, so for now, just we're gonna do this. We're gonna do Sonic's playthrough, and then that's that. We might switch characters every now and again, but okay. Alright, there we go. Up. Right. I love the music in this stage. Just, it sounds so good. There's the shield. I don't know if I really like the effect of the shield. They're going for like a Sonic 2, Sonic 1-ish look for it. Not sure I'm sold, but at least it's not terrible. So, I've played this game both with 3 players, 2 players, and 1 player. I've never done a 4-player game, but I would love to one day. Here we go. Nope, I want to get up here. This is a magnet. It is not a shield. So I don't know why they did it this way, but the magnet is not a shield. It is just a magnet. It'll attract rings to you, but if you get hit, it won't act like a shield. And I don't remember what the order is you have to collect the power-ups in order to not, but there is a order you can collect the shield and the magnet power-up to actually make it act like a lightning shield minus the double jump. But I don't know why they removed the electric shield. I think that would have been very obvious to keep in, but hey, we have the magnet power-up. Hello, Liam. Welcome. Finished selling my rights to Fortnite so I can become an in-game skin. Oh, I see, Liam. It's lovely to have you, bud. We're currently playing Sonic Superstars. and I am just going over my thoughts on the game as a whole. Alright, so our shield is gone, but the magnet is still there. Which might just be a small bit of a hassle. Yeah, now we have no magnet, and we lost our rings, but it's alright. Once we hit him a number of times, he'll start doing this. Honestly, though, these early bosses do not feel that bad to play. So after the next level, we'll go visit the hub world, and I'll show off what that has to offer for a little bit. Monkey. Yeah, I wish there were more skins in this game. That is something I do wish, because a lot of the stuff they showed off, they were like Metal Sonic, Tails Doll, Mecha Tails, Mecha Knuckles. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then it was like, oh, and all of those were restricted just to multiplayer. I was like, oh, so I can't use them in the mode that I paid that I want. So what's the point? You can still use, like, the rabbit skin and everything. Here's another Game Gear reference, the jetpack. Alright, push down here. So if we land on one of the fruit tiles, you will get a fruit for free. So far, so good. This game is... You know, it feels alright. Some of the enemy placement's a little rude, but the game's not too bad. The next stage changes that. Or, the boss of the next stage changes that. Sky Temple Zone, Act 1. I don't know why they bothered with Act 1. There is no Act 2. I do enjoy the aesthetics of this stage, though. It's very, very pretty. So, after this stage, we're going to switch characters. Feel free to pick between Tails, Knuckles, or Amy. And I will go from there. The music here, though, sounds even more like a Genesis game. I don't know if that was, like, intentional or whatnot. But there are glimmers of where I'm like, oh, well, this could have sounded a lot nicer, but it doesn't. Not to say I hate the Genesis sound font. I don't. I think it's a fantastic sound font to use. But I think they should stay consistent with the sound, is what I mean. Like, there should have been somebody overseeing all of the sound to be like, hey, does this fit the game? Does this fit the music prior to it? It doesn't have to fit the theming of it, of the previous level, but it has to fit the vibe. So in these stages, you do want to get these rings when you pass through a... Oh, you don't want to hit the bombs. There we go, third emerald. My vote, Knuckles, kill. Alrighty. I might, actually, yes. Since I have a moment to sit, I will actually do a poll. Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. Alright, a poll has been started. Feel free to vote, folks. So, the power-up here we get is a vision. This one is the most situational. So, there's some things I haven't mentioned about the powers. So, to get a power to activate, you go to the right stick, you flick over to the power, which isn't always exact, then you hit square. At which point the music changes and everything. The music, though, for each of these powers are references. I believe when I was talking with Karmic when I was first playing this game, Truman said it feels like they wanted to do Wisp powers without having to explain in the story why Wisps are there. And I think that makes perfect sense, because I know that the teams, because some of the people who worked at RZS worked on Sonic Colors, so, and the lead director for Sonic really do like the Wisps as power-ups, even though it really does make zero sense why they'd be there. And since Emerald powers were already something that we've seen with Chaos Control and stuff, it's very clear that they could do this. But, like I said, Vision is very, very situational. I do wish I could just flick left and right, and then once I stop on it, it would go. And it does, but it's not instant. There's no real instant. And then I gotta click left, both triggers together to go back to the normal thing. There, it gave me an option to use the bullet power. I'm gonna use it actually right here. You may notice how finicky that is. That's not just, oh, it's Gavin's messing up the inputs. No, it's that finicky. I wish it was more of a digital input. Mega Man 11 has this same sort of system on the right stick, but they made it work. Meanwhile, here, having these, like, in-betweens is what makes it really difficult. It should have just been an option. So, that's my thoughts on it. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts on Emerald Powers were. I've been kind of avoiding everybody else's thoughts in this game. Mostly because I saw everybody be polarized by this game, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna have my own opinion. Cool, thanks. Cool, okay, thanks, bye. But no, the game's good. Like, it looks good, it sounds good, it plays alright, it feels like Sonic Mania. Like, it's fantastic in that respect. It's just the inconsistency is what bothers me. And if I am bothered by inconsistency in my Sonic game, that is saying a lot, because, you know, Sonic has had things, people have complained about Sonic's inconsistency in the past, but usually it's like, oh yeah, they're inconsistent on this. It's like inconsistent gameplay quality between games. I've never seen it go inconsistent quality in one game, which I think is really weird, right? We're coming to the end of the stage, though. So, in my video for the Sonic Timeline, I mentioned that this is probably just a classic game. It turns out, no, both Sonic Mania, Mania Plus, and this are all both classic and modern titles. So, you can slot this in the timeline wherever you want. I'll probably be making an infographic. I thought about making a website for the channel to kind of be like, hey, here's everything we've covered, and here's all the craziness that I've already explained, and like update it with time. Sounds more like Kirby to me. I've never played Kirby or Sonic game in my life. I've only watched. Kinda. The powers aren't like... The powers are only given to you by emeralds, and you gotta beat special stages by doing that to get them. So this boss is the first boss where I started to have issues. Not for any real good reason, just something about the way this boss moves and attacks is annoying. You can hit the boss during this cutscene here if you activate Avatar, which I'll be doing on the final hit. This boss is far more annoying when you play through Trip's story, but we'll get there when we get there. So, yeah. Get a bit of Sonic lore today, and all of Sonic Superstars. I should say, if everybody is enjoying the playthrough so far, please drop a like. It helps us out with the algorithm. Alright. Here's the final hit. I am low on rings. I cannot be hit. I do not want to be hit right now. I cannot use the power-ups in the air, by the way. I have to be grounded. Dang it. He cornered me. I should have just went straight down. So here's something else. In the background here are these little bots. These change based on the multiplayer stuff. They are only seen in this stage and then a little bit later on. A little bit later on, but we'll get there when we get there. I thought they came out of nowhere and I was like, I wonder if that's coming back. But you'll see. I wish they were more scattered throughout the level, but they weren't. So, it felt like an afterthought. Much like the multiplayer of this game. Not to make fun of the multiplayer or anything. It can be fun, but not really sure. Oh man, we have 9 people watching. Nice, nice. So I should state, I'll close the poll once we beat the boss. From there, then it's then I'll be switching characters. So don't think that this is just a Sonic only run. We will be finishing with Sonic though. Or Tails, one of the two. Just because those are the only two that I am really that good at controlling. Okay. Go ahead and activate the ability. Move out of the way. And boss is done. Alrighty. What's everybody think so far? Do you guys have any thoughts on Sonic Superstars? Alright, let's try for fruit. Alright, and polls. Oh, no votes for Amy. Oh, nice. I think I got a fruit there. I wasn't looking at the screen, so... Yes, I did. Okay. So we're gonna return to the world map. We do still get the cutscene, though, so don't worry about having to understand it. It looks like we have Knuckles for our next character. So, there is a shop where you can spend the medals that you've gotten. I'm gonna show this off real quick. I'm missing, I think, 2 things on my main file. Every single thing in the shop is a one-time use only, so you have to get multiples in order to actually play. As you can see, there's lots of different options. There's even a Nights into Dream style head and body you can unlock. Lots and lots of different things, and even lots of colors, but in order to get more characters to play as, you have to get more prototypes, which cost 50 each. You can have up to 4. I have all 4 of them in my... or 5. I think it's 5. Yeah, no. They're really pointless. They only change the boss later on in the thing. So, let me... Alright, here we go. So we have Knuckles. I've got Lego Knuckles and regular Knuckles. For now, we're gonna go as regular Knuckles. So this egg here is something I should mention on the Hub World. This is gonna be important later. The game never draws any amount of importance to it. I walked past it hundreds of times on my original playthrough without ever thinking it was a big deal until the final boss. So it's time to show off the Fruit Act. So this is the first Fruit Act. So this is something that I missed originally. This is a great way to get medals and power-ups. You get an achievement for getting something like 600 rings on one of these stages. They are randomly created off of, randomly picked off of like a slate of like 6 or 7. You get rings for popping balloons and everything else. There's lots of... These are actually really fun stages. Getting the 600 ring total, though, is actually really difficult. So if that bar down there reaches up to you and you get hit by it, you lose rings. For the medal, I'm gonna do my best here. Knuckles can glide and climb walls and whatnot. Just like he could in Sonic 3 and Sonic Mania. And Sonic Frontiers, and every single appearance by Knuckles ever, except for, I think, Rivals. Alright, so I believe the number that you're hitting here is, I think, 516 rings, and then that will give you the rest of them. So, like, that's like your threshold is like 520, 518, 516, somewhere around that range to actually get it. But as you can see, I got lots and lots of medals for doing that. So, getting fruit is your best way to continue that. So there's one of the headpieces. No, I don't want to go to the shop. Liam says, I've also been trying to make some comics, but they don't cover the nicest themes. However, I'm be working on something big over coming break. Yeah, I still need to finish the comic that I was working on for October. I got a bit busy. So here's Pinball Carnival Act 1. This is one of my favorite stages in terms of music and design and look. It's like a better version of the Carnival Night Zone. I love the music in both acts. I love the way this theming is. Speaking of clowns, I did send my sister a picture of my fursuit while I was at the convention. Her reaction to it made me so happy. I sent her the picture and I said, "Look at your clown of a brother," and she seemed super overjoyed at the look of it. I know she's probably not watching right now, but I hope she does eventually watch this. But no, it's been was a good weekend for me, at the very least. There we go. You gotta hit the button at the right time. Glide over this way. I don't normally play as Knuckles. Knuckles has a lower jump. There's one of the rings I need. So, oh boy. Dang it. I need to get up that way. Hopefully I can climb. Maybe? I'm lucky? I do wish you luck with the comic though, Liam. I do like working on comics. I like doing the line... I should say, I like doing line work for comics. I don't really like coloring comics. I guess in that way you could describe me as a mangaka, because they don't normally color in anything either. But, I would hate to be a mangaka, because that line of comics work is horrible for creatives. Because you have to, like, pump out an issue every single day, like a page a day or something like that, or more. I've heard horror stories from some of my friends who used to work in that industry. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Oh, less friends, more acquaintances. Speaking of Japan, though, while I was at Midwest Fur Fest, I got to meet the baseball mascot, the White Lion from Japan. I believe his name is Kimba, but I do not know that for a fact. I just know they are a White Lion, and they shipped the whole team out there this weekend, so that was really something special. I was not expecting that. I never in a million years would think I would meet that person, so that was really, really cool. Midwest Fur Fest was a lot of fun. If you didn't go this year, you missed out on quite a bit, but that's a-okay. I can bring some of that hype back with me. So, that's what I plan on doing, is brightening up your guys' day with my stories of grandeur and silliness. Alright, how did I hit that end there, but that end there? What? We are one away. Yes, I am playing like a dingus. Why is he doing it? He doesn't need the rings. Wanted it. Whatever. I'll move. Ooh. What is the chat's thoughts on this game as a whole? I'm really curious. Because I know I've mentioned some of my issues with the game, but I'm not being super harsh on it. It's been quite a bit since I actually did my initial playthrough. So I might be forgetting a whole bunch of stuff. Oh boy, I've seen glitches with that tube there. Not that one specifically, but other ones. Here's a really cool set piece. I love this. I just wish I knew where the missiles were coming from. Alright. If we have to go back for an emerald, I will. It's not that big of a deal to me. So this cloud boss here has got a bumper. And all I gotta do is hit all of those. And then hit him in his head. He is always hittable from the head, by the way. You don't actually have to hit any of those in order to hit him if you can hit on the top. Sylveon says this game's mid. That's fair. I do think, though, coming back to it with less of a hype lens, I do think it's better than what we were initially expecting. But it's not like Mario Wonders levels of good. Which is surprising, because if I remember correctly, counting the credits, there were less people who worked on Mario Wonder. Which makes this game all the more confusing. There's the large pig. So the ones I don't think were used was the large rabbit. Just to show you we can absolutely do that. Oh, yep. I have hit all three at the end of the stage before. It's not that hard to do. Alright. We're gonna do the act fruit. That's right, you gotta act like a fruit. It's not hard for me, but maybe for some of you guys. So this stage is actually one of the more difficult ones. It's deceptively difficult because it's like, oh, I can move left and right. Yeah, but you're constantly bouncing and the bumpers are annoying and I originally started trying to get the 600 rings on this act, and then I found out how easy it is to die because you can get caught between the bumper and the wall. and get crushed. So there is a bit of focus. You do not have to do the fruit axe to finish the game. I believe you do have to do the character-specific axe. That's not as bad, because they're not very difficult stages. And there's that. Hello, Nicola. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. Nice to have you. How's your day going? I wonder if anybody from the con is actually going to show up and actually stop in and say hi. Do wonder that. I was really worried about today. I was like, I don't feel... Last night, I laid down and I just did not feel well. And I was like, I have a stream. I promised. I'm a little stuffy, but I'm not, like... I'm not bad, so, like, not as bad as yesterday. Do I like Sonic? I love Sonic. I've played through every single Sonic game so far on the channel that it could possibly be canon. I have this, Sonic Dream Team, and a lot of the spin-offs left to do. But I have a whole playlist of just Sonic games. I've done a Sonic Timeline video where I talked about the canonicity of Sonic games and the story and lore behind them. I made 2 videos on that, with my most recent one being the most accurate. Alright, we want to pay attention here for any arrows. These will switch which ways they do. Alright, up, over, top, ring. You do lose a shield or your magnet ring if you go into a special stage, so do be wary of that. So if you think you need a shield for the rest of the stage and can skip an emerald, go for it. Come back for the emerald when you need it. This is where the special stages start getting a little bit trickier. Oh boy. If I do fall all the way down, I will... lose. Dang it! What emerald am I in? I am on emerald number 4. You can only get 1 emerald per stage in this game, which is, I feel, a shortcoming. Because it takes a lot of the strategy out of searching for emeralds in the levels after you've gotten one. But I do think we can definitely... I think I can get them all eventually. I've gotten them all before. Here's a fun Badnik. He'll bonk you back if you roll into him. I actually really like that Badnik, just design-wise and everything else. Speaking of kangaroos, though, while I was at Midwest Fur Fest, I ended up meeting a kangaroo by the name of the Doctor, and I can officially say Doctor Who likes my fursuit, which was really, really cool. Which is really, really kick-ass. Excuse my language, but I had so much fun that weekend. There we go. Let's see him do a little kick. Boink. Alright, there is a way... I think there is another emerald ring up that way. Special ring. Luckily, I do have the bullet ability, so we can just keep it moving. Alright, not what I was looking for. Hello, Saber! That darn 4th Chaos Emerald, yep. Oh, man. I feel bad because I could stay for that drink that everybody wanted for Spectre. I was just exhausted that afternoon. El Rey said it was fine. I had a drink on my own time afterwards. In honor of the man, but I did want to bring that up because that was something I did miss, and I know I said I'd be there, but I was just exhausted that afternoon. I wasn't able to really stick around for the evening for most of the stuff I wanted to. I will be for like MCFC and stuff, I just couldn't for that. So there's Tails Doll. And there's a glitch. That is something I didn't know about. That was brand new for me. I didn't know it could happen later. I didn't know I could consistently do that. So that's something. Sorry about any of the noise outside. I live on a main street, so it's... every now and again there's really loud cars. I do my best to mitigate that, but... Alright. Oh, I can't make it up there unless I was Tails. Oh, there we go. That. Alright, you gotta hit this switch over here. Well, I don't have to. Up, over. Is Tails Doll the scariest? No. Tails Doll is adorable and harmless. Tails Doll is just a little dude looking for the Chaos Emeralds for Dr. Eggman. That's it. He's literally a plush that Eggman has a nap with every now and again. He is a harmless plushie. No killing capabilities. At all. I actually think Tails Doll is one of those characters that everybody blows out of proportion simply because, ooh, scary stories online. Nah, Tails Doll is harmless. I actually really like Tails Doll as an idea. I think it's really funny that in the IDW comics they ended up referencing that as like, why did Sonic and Knuckles get the cool thing and then I get a doll? And Eggman's like, we can talk about it later. And then in this game, which is the game that came right after that comic, we see Mecha Tails, which for the first time, which I think is a cute thing. I really do hope we get a full comic adaptation of this game, because I think they could do some of the elements a little better. Oh, dang it. Well... I kind of made it up there to see what was up there. Slide down here. Which one did I miss? That one? Yep. God dang button. Repper, you can be in my chat. We didn't need to know that. We did not need to know that at all. If you continue to act like that on my stream, I will ban you. We've got some pretty strict rules here on YouTube, and I gotta abide by them. Masamune, welcome. I just died. You love December Saber? I do too. Alright. You can't sit here and be patient and kind. Done and done. Have fun. I'm chill with people who don't... I can be chill with people who don't like furries. That's A-okay with me. Not your thing? Whatever. Be kind and polite, though. Like, that's the only thing I ask on this freaking channel. You're anti-hobby, anti-furry, anti-this, anti-that. Well then, go somewhere else. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it to the end. Yep. Nope. Saw that. Adult swim event official. Yeah, sure. We don't put up with spam and spam. Report. And report. Had Ryan, welcome. Man, we're getting all the people today. I have absolutely no idea how this is going. I really hope that that doesn't mean something too. Which player do you hate in Sonic Superstars? I don't hate any of the playable characters. I do think that Trip needed to be reworked for the super ability though. Because while she's a great character, the... Report. Okay, if this is the way my day is gonna go, I'm gonna have to remove chat from the visible side. If I have to play babysitter with the chat, I won't. I just won't. I'll just remove it as an option. This part of the stage is actually really, really fun, though. I do like the way it's designed. It is tricky, though. Tricky. So we'll have to come back to get a emerald, which that's not too much of a hassle. Have a nice day. We'll catch you later, Saber. It was nice having you while you did. Oh, boy. That. Trying to get another hit in. Well, the wind in my sails is now a slightly deflated wind. Oh, dang it. And I didn't hit that right. Alright, mistiming. There's that. I do wonder if Artie is still around. Oh, I gotta use both. That is how long it has been since I played this. By the time I did Trip's playthrough, which you keep the emerald between playthroughs, between stories, so... I didn't really have to think during Trip's playthrough for a lot of the bosses. Once you go over 10 minutes, by the way, the timer doesn't... Alright. Port done. Boom. I'm just gonna keep doing that every time somebody comes in saying something terrible. Chat may look like there's no mods, but I do have mods. Alright, done and done. That should fix things pretty quick. A lot of rude people today. That's alright. But here's Lagoon City. This is another fun stage, or can be fun. We'll go back for the Emerald in a bit. Lagoon City is one of those stages with 3 acts, just like Speed Jungle. The special character for this stage is Amy. And the Emerald is right here. Hey, Foxo, welcome. Yeah, we've had a lot of weird, rude trolls in chat, saying a lot of weird and messed up stuff. I was wondering if... Oh, I didn't give you that. Here. Yeah, so I'm making you a mod because you're somebody who I know is free most of the time, and I just need your help with moderating the chat. You cool with that? So the water ability lets you climb up waterfalls and stuff, which is great for this stage, or can be, especially if you end up in one of the lower paths. Alright. There we go. Yeah, we, some of it is, would get this video removed if I mentioned it specifically, so I just need some help with chat. Cool, thank you, because I know you're already a mod in my server, so... I just need some help. Hello, Zeke! I love that it says contracts on the promotion, not congrats. Yes, because it is a viable obligation. So something I should mention with the water ability is that it has the same key riffs as and melody as Sonic Colors' Reach for the Stars. So yeah, that's something. One of the ones later on, I think, has Escape from the City as well. Hello, Riker James. Riker James. If you don't mind me just calling you Riker, welcome. Conglad. Words hard. Yeah, words are hard sometimes. I feel it. I misspeak all the darn time. I'm getting better, though. Bringing the streams down to one a week has actually really helped. It's helped me, like, focus on videos and stuff. Alright, here's, like, a really, really easy boss. There's that. First hit. So these bosses only take 3 hits, which makes them incredibly easy. I'm just kind of showing off their patterns for a bit. Weak heckin' bosses. Yeah, the mid bosses are all fairly easy peasy. It's the actual bosses that are really difficult. There's the walrus. Alrighty. Boxo got to see my test playthroughs and initial thoughts on this game. I'll be doing a full review eventually. That won't be... It might be later on this month. But the main video for this week is... for this month, not week. Because I can't get longer videos like that out in a week. What am I, a pirate? I'd have to pirate everybody else's videos to make it work. And now Trip is lost. Game is pretty neat. Yeah, it's alright. It's not bad. It's good when it wants to be. But here we get Lagoon City Act Amy. This is Amy's special stage of the game. And it is one of the more fun ones. So Amy has a double jump ability. And if you hold down the button, she'll spin the hammer. And when you land, she'll rush forward with swinging her hammer constantly that'll attack enemies. It's not too bad. Amy as a playable character isn't the worst. She definitely can be easy mode if you really if you're used to Sonic's gameplay style and haven't quite mastered Tails' jump. There is a high score system with the fruit in the stage, where the more fruit you get, the more in the corner more fruit in the corner will raise. Even fruit-like enemies will count, and if you can hit multiple in a row, you're gold. I don't know what my highest score is, by the way. I'd have to take a gander at the other file. But this stage is really fun. I like the music here. It's really chipper. I do wish we had more of an explanation of how Amy got to this stage. But that's okay. That would require more in-depth cutscenes in between levels, which they don't always do, which is upsetting, but to each their own. How is multiplayer in this game? It's not too bad, actually. I don't mind the multiplayer. It's better than Sonic 2. The battle mode is okay. I do wish we had more options, like more accessibility and like choice with each of the multiplayer settings, but you don't. Multiplayer isn't bad, especially for the main stage. What they do is they bring the camera forward, back out, and you see more of the stage. Now, all of these levels are all brought in, because they are only single-player levels. But overall, the multiplayer isn't bad. I actually really like it. I prefer it for bosses, especially later game bosses. So after this world, or next world, after next world, I'll give you guys the option between Tails and Amy. And we'll keep the swap train a-going. Then we'll go back to, oh. I think it was this one? You do have to continue to hold the button to make Amy swing the hammer. She only does it for a certain amount of time, so be sparse with it. We're about an hour and a half in, and it's been a little while since I've asked you guys, but hey, if you are enjoying this video, please drop a like and subscribe. It helps the channel grow, it helps the video get recommended to more people. It means a whole heck of a lot to me, and it supports smaller creators and larger creators. Specifically this one, on this channel, me. But, yeah, no. When you like a video, it helps YouTube figure out the algorithm for other people, not just yourself. It makes the video more recommendable, which is always helpful. Especially on my channel where I do so much. Hatsune Miku, welcome. Hedgehog, yes. It is Amy the Hedgehog. I did like this little touch that you can push both, but one of when you're pushing both parts, you're slower. Nice little bonus there. You can go under the water there. But if you're good enough at the level, you don't have to ever touch the water in this stage. I mean, like the underwater sections, not the water spouts that we have to cross. So this button here, I cannot hit all the way. When I let up, it goes up, so I won't have enough time. However, our new friend Trip is here. Supporting you supports Doug. Who the hell is Doug, you may ask? Who knows? I have no idea who the heck Doug is either. I don't know a Doug. But when both of us are on there, thanks to Trip's armor, we've got a nice heavy press of the button. And the whole rest of this level is about getting Trip somewhere safe, where she knows she can get back home. Trip is a lovely character, and it was confirmed recently that this game is both a classic game and a modern game. I think it was either Ian Flynn or somebody else. They said something about this game. A bunch of fans were like, it's modern because of this. No, it's probably both, because it might tie into... Trip might come back in modern games. They're not ruling that out. That's why it's probably both. I jumped when I shouldn't. I hate Doug. Don't associate with him. Alright, I won't. Oh, darn. You guys are going all out today. I love it. Alrighty. Getting to the end here. So after the next world, we'll switch. He made demo reel. Oh, are we talking about Doug Walker, the Nostalgia Critic? I'd like to collab with the Nostalgia Critic for like a short cameo where he like tells me to like go off, do something else. I think that'd be funny. I want to do that with him, and I want to do it with Linkara as well. But I've never met either of the two gentlemen, and they seem very, very busy, so I don't want to bother them for it. What the Doug doing? Who knows? I don't really care for most of the content on the Nostalgia Critics channel anymore. It's more so just I want to do it because I want to do it, just for funs. Because, like, everybody knows who the Nostalgia Critic is. Not everybody knows all the controversy and stuff. That's why I'm like, it would be fun for a short cameo, but not somebody I'd have on, like, at all. Like, all that often. Make our way up here. So this is Act 2. Should be Act 3, in my honest opinion. Since we have the water ability, it makes it nice and easy to get through all of this. I do like the levels music here. It's really, really nice. I might use it for the opener on Part 2. Which should be next week, and then the Mega Man video should come out just after Mega Man's 37th birthday? 36th, 37th? We're getting up there. So we actually have some good preservation news in terms of Mega Man stuff too, which is awesome. Apparently the two Battle Network arcade games have been preserved and might even be in a playable state already, which is awesome. Which means I can actually extend the Battle Network playthrough to show off those, which will be amazing if I can. So underwater stages, like anything in Sonic, they make you move a lot slower. You got to get air bubbles in order to stay afloat. And this one in particular has a lot of gimmicks from the Game Gear games, like the rising and floating bubbles. But the water emerald ability is incredibly helpful. It lets you move faster through the water. You're more maneuverable. Oh man. No, I hate to say it. I'm actually not like hating my third time through this game, which is surprising because I did not enjoy the first run I did of this game. I had a lot of gripes, and it was like, but it wasn't like gripes out of, oh, I hate Sonic. It was gripes like, I just wanted it to be more, like, better. But now that I'm playing it for the channel, I'm like, no, I'm actually having a blast. Oh, man. How is the chat holding up? How's everybody doing in there? Because I know I don't always, because it becomes more, it becomes, I love that they put this little heart here. I don't want to get rid of it because it's channel engagement when you guys press it. It becomes more fun the more you appreciate it for how it is now. Yeah, I think that might be it. You know, like, the game is better the less expectations I throw on it. The more I'm like, this is a game I'm enjoying playing because it's a simple Game Gear style Sonic game. And less expecting Sonic Mania 2 in 3D. Ooh. You know, I'm more so like, this is like a Game Gear style game, and we don't have to force it to be some grand scope title. The more I enjoy it. Every time they make another classic Sonic game, I'm usually left wanting more. That's fair. I could see you doing that for, like, Sonic Mania. And this game, absolutely. For me personally, though, I love Sonic games, right? I play these games for fun. I enjoy my time with them most of the time, and it's just something I do. I love the Sonic series. I love explaining lore and discussing it. But sometimes when I'm playing these games, it's like, huh, maybe yay, maybe no. The game's not bad. It gets better the less expectations you put on it. And I know that sounds really weird because, you know, it's classic Sonic. There should be high expectations. Absolutely. And the fact that I have to be like, oh, and don't put too much of an expectation on this because it's not huge and grandiose or any of that, is disappointing, for sure. It's not what I wanted, but it's what I got. And for me, at least, it's like, it's okay. I'm not gonna say it's everything I wanted, because it wasn't. But I will say that it surprised me in a few key areas, especially early on. And I messed up. There's that. So the next emerald we have to get, I'm gonna go back to the circus stage to go pick it up. It is a much more annoying emerald to get, in my honest opinion. I don't like it, but we'll do it. You know, if your expectations are absolutely nothing, you will rarely be disappointed. Absolutely! But my expectations weren't nothing. I just wanted a good feeling classic Sonic game with, you know, not very many bugs. Like, I don't want to say no bugs, because no game is perfect, but I don't want as many, like, I want the game to be, you know, not Nintendo-level quality, but striving for it. And the more I play this game, the more I see there was some amount of striving for it, even if they couldn't meet all of that with the time they had. So, the game could use some work. I do think that mods on PC, if there is a mod that comes out for this game that fixes a lot of my gripes with the bosses and stuff, I think it might be really, really good. Here's one of my favorite stages. I have to stop my thought here because Sand Sanctuary Zone is my favorite level in this game. The music, the theming, the look of it. I love this stage. I used the music here for the opener today just because I love this theme. I love the remixes people have been doing. It's just fantastic. I'm sad that it's only one act because we don't get to see a lot of the gimmicks that I think they could have pulled. I also don't like that we see some reused assets from Sonic Lost World, but that's okay because I didn't recognize them at first. Like, I straight up was like, oh, wait, that's from Lost World. And then I was like, oh, wait, if I didn't recognize that at first glance, then they used it pretty well. So, it's not bad. Favorite Emerald ability? I don't know. I don't know if I really have a favorite Emerald ability. Probably the just going super. Just having the ability to go super is awesome. I do love the snake in this stage that shows you the way forward. He's huge. And he's got this bouncy gimmick to him. He'll keep you moving forward and stuff. The saw blade sound effect, though, is very, very loud, and I don't know why. Sonic Origins Plus, the most Sonic Origins Plus was much, much better than Sonic Origins, so I was expecting them to do Sonic Superstars Plus, and if they do, I'll play it for the channel. I will. I didn't pick this up physically just because I thought they might. So, if that happens, I will play it on the channel. Hopefully it'll wow me a little more than the first version of this game does. But seeing as we haven't heard an announcement yet, I probably wouldn't expect to hear anything until like next year after. I do want to play Sonic Dream Team, though, because I liked Frontiers quite a bit, and I mentioned this earlier at the beginning of the playthrough. If anybody knows a good, cheap Apple device that can run that game well, please send me some information on the Discord in the link below. I don't have an Apple device and really want to play that game. Alright, this is one of the hardest stages just because there's so little things to grab onto. There's not a whole lot of rings in the stage. I found that the easiest way to do this one was, like, stay off to the right or left of the screen and just kind of wait for the emerald to come to you. Like, go in a loop around for it, and you'll eventually get it. This one took me a lot of retries. I had to keep playing the water level to get that my first go around, so there we go. Did it. And we got the Power Ivy. This one is the most situational out of all of them because you have to stop, stand still, and then use it. And then it goes away kind of quickly. It's not my favorite ability. There are some uses for it. And yes, you can stand on it, but once you get off it, it instantly goes away. It's not a bad ability, it's just not my favorite. But my expectations for Sonic Superstars was just, I wanted a good Sonic game. And when I saw that it had more bugs and glitches than what I really was expecting, I was kind of let down. Eventually, I grew to be like, fine, this is how the game is. And I was like, I'm never going to play it again except for the channel, and I was dreading today's playthrough. But so far, I've been having a blast. Like, outside of, like, the final bosses, I think this game is not too bad. I do like the playable characters. I wish the Insta-Shield was here, but it's okay. Wish the peel-out was here, but that's fine. We have the drop dash. The game's level design isn't awful. Now that I'm playing it outside of my expectations, I'm not complaining about the camera all the time. It doesn't feel too bad. So, I'm going to set up a poll here in a second. Oh, portal. Gives me a time to do it. So your next two choices are Tails and Amy for playable characters. I do wish the single-act zones were not single-act zones, because they're so good. Like, just every single one of them, I'm like, why isn't this 2 acts? This feels like there's storytelling potential and everything here. There's where the snake starts to dip. You like Avatar because it's a bit funny? Avatar's okay. Bullet's alright, I don't mind using it. I like the character-specific abilities and going super. Those two are cool. I do wish the character-specific ones were ones that we got way earlier on, because there's a trophy for that one, for killing, like, so many enemies using each character's ability. And since you just don't get it till late, also, I love the snake. He gets scared by you. If I go back here, he's still burrowing through the ground because he's got so much... because he's so huge. I will be showing off all the characters, by the way. Don't worry if your favorite doesn't get picked. This boss was the first one that made me go, what? It was the one that I thought took the longest for no real reason. But it's not that hard to beat once you get the hang of it. Oh, so there's two. Now you can't use your avatar ability in this one since he stays in the background most of the time. It's not really useful to do that. You can use the bullet to get out of the way of anything. Just kind of stay on your toes. See the first one that moves here, and then hit it. And then stay out of the way of the other two because they are both the spiked badniks. What is this sorcery? I can't see the options on the pole, so I'm picking blind. Well, first one should be Tails, and then the second one is Amy. Hello, Empathetic. Does not look like it would be a Sonic boss. Doesn't look like a Mario boss. That's the way a lot of these bosses feel, actually, is they feel more like Mario bosses than they do Sonic bosses. Which is a little odd at first, but they work. They work. Like you wouldn't think they'd work, and then they work. And it's like, oh, okay, I understand. I understand the design philosophy with these bosses. Been lurking. Migraine makes me only able to listen. Oh, I feel that. I had a really bad headache yesterday, and I just could not get rid of it. I was like, what is wrong with me? The answer was, I just needed some sleep. I just needed some good quality sleep. So I woke up today, and I'm like, I'm fine. I'm a little stuffy, but like, I'm fine. If it has two giant hands and a head, it's a Mario boss. No, no, no. That's a Star Fox boss. You picked the first one and it became Amy? Oh, I'm sorry. ISTG, every Mario game has one of those. No, it doesn't, Foxo. Not every Mario game does. Mario Wonder did. But I'm not going to tell you when and where. Oh, I was supposed to go back to the thing. So now we're in Press Factory Zone, and return to world map. Yes. So I'm going to end the poll here in a second. I'll let anybody else vote. Big Arm from Sonic 3 is the main boss. Yeah. Yep, I agree. I agree. That is a hand-and-head boss. So we did that stage, and that one as, so 4, 5, and 6 as Knuckles. Gotta, like, remember. Here we go. So, we're gonna end the poll. Looks like Tails won by a pretty hefty margin. So we're gonna go back into Act 1 of Pinball Carnival and get the ring. And then we're gonna go continue on, do 3 acts as Tails, switch into Amy, and then we'll finish up the game. That big robot is a Mario boss. I know, that's a... Oh man, the amount of little references in this game are sure is something. I do like the new models for the characters, they're nice. They look great on Switch too. If you've never played the Switch version of this game, I would say give it a go. It has a couple less issues. It's like they optimized it for Switch when developing. It doesn't look as good as this, but it's still like a good playing version of this game. Gold enemy. I said I'd show them off. I'm not going to do like 100% run. I don't know where all the gold enemies are. But I'm actually having a really fun time. I hope the chat is too. we're looking for any amount of big rings. Here, maybe? Maybe, if I'm lucky. You're just vibing? Oh, that's nice. That's what I did during MFF. I just vibed. I talked to people. There were panels and stuff I could have gone to, but I didn't feel like sitting. I just wanted to meet people. So that's what I did. I did what I wanted. I just sat around and I talked to people. I had food. I had fun. Why does the LEGO DLC use the modern design? Because LEGO used the modern design. Plus, Lego Sonic's a different Sonic anyways, so no big deal. If you haven't seen my Sonic Timeline video, I would say go check that out. It has explanations for what is what is who. I changed the name of that video. It used to be the spider web of the Sonic timeline, and now I changed it to like explaining the Sonic timeline. It's like the first video in the thing. I made 2 timeline videos. One is a pretty okay explanation. The other one is much, much better. Here's Slow. This one's gonna come in handy a lot when it comes to stuff. Because it doesn't just slow down, like it slows down everything, right? But that means it also slows down like boss patterns and stuff. My problem with the Lego, though, the Lego outfits, is that they don't have enough animation frames. They're a little, wonky when it comes to, doing stuff. I don't know if it's just me or what, but I just felt like they could have done more with their animation frames, since they're Legos. Like, they could have them pop apart at some points and stuff, and they didn't. And, like, I get it, free DLC, whatever. But still, I don't feel like the time and effort was actually taken into anything more than the Lego Eggman and Lego Sonic outfits, which are different from the Lego Amy, Knuckles, and Tails, which... What? That's why I'm waiting on them to do the cel-shaded one for like 99 cents or something. I know it's already out on the modding scene on PC, but I don't have the PC version of this game yet, so... Yet, I will likely end up owning it just because... Well, I own almost every Sonic game on PC, other than Colors and this and Origins, so... It's like, oh, it'll happen. It'll totally happen. It just... I gotta have the money and I gotta have the time to do it. Right now, I'm kind of, sort of, in the midst of everything else, because I got Dragon Quest Monsters to get, Dragon Quest Monsters the Dark Prince, and Spider-Man 2 to still pick up. And then I picked up almost every game I wanted for the year, which is not a big deal for me. Like, I did the same thing last year, and yeah. I'm supposed to get the Poly Mega, too, by the end of the year, so I'll actually be able to do Sega Saturn games, finally. So, we might have a full playthrough of Nights in the Dream, using my actual disc, which is great for me. So now I'm going to show you how to cheese this boss. Boop. It's easier to cheese with 2 players. Alright. But yeah, if anybody wants me to use any of the costumes for, like, the final boss or something, I can. I've got all of the skins except for the cel-shaded one, which I would just be using normally if I did. But yeah, on to a new stage. Certified fine cheddar moment. Fine cheddar moment. I don't have any cheddar in my fridge, so what? Now I'm gonna show you guys where the last, where the easiest spot to get the last emerald is in this stage. So play as Tails. Trust me, play as Tails. Like, you guys don't know how much of a favor you did by picking Tails. I can do it with Sonic, but it is a little bit more annoying. So we make our way up, and there's the ring. You done cheesed it, shaking your head. Ah, I see. Ah, I see. So here's the final emerald. This one's not too bad. The emerald moves kind of fast, but it's not that bad. The hardest part here is avoiding the crystal walls, which, if you saw earlier, I did mess up the special stage because I bonked into the wall like 6 or 7 times and then ran out of rings. You want to stay on the upper path throughout most of this. Use the boosters when you can. Boom! And just like that, I have all of the emeralds. So now we have the character-specific ability, just known as Extra. And for Tails in particular, it is this Tailwind. All I gotta do is hit square while in air, and I'll do it. I can even do it out of a flight. And you get an achievement for killing a certain number of enemies, or defeating a certain number of enemies, with the ability. So, yeah. And now Tails has superpowers, which I understand why they did this, because you can every character, but now it's every character has superpowers and not everybody has the super ability. So 50 rings and we can use this top one. So, so be it. I love the music here. It reminds me of some of the other music I've heard in other games and stuff. It just sounds so good. And I bounce left and right in the background. All I gotta do is hit that 3 or 4 times. Get at it and launch forward. Our main goal for this stage is going to be just get 50 rings and get to the end. From this moment forward, we just got to finish the game. Which should be easy peasy for us, since we've played all of the previous Sonic games. So, the gimmick of the stage is the press in the background. It will press down when the timer on it reaches a certain number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bam. And it'll do that throughout the whole stage. Act 2 makes it move a lot faster, and it becomes very difficult to time your jumps on. Well, Act 1 gets a little faster. The next... I don't know. It's hard to describe. We'll get there when we get there. Now go fight Goku. I don't want to. It's like fighting Superman. It's pointless. I don't want to do it. Just because we would beat him doesn't mean I want to beat him. Especially not Superman. I feel like I could get along with Superman. I don't know. Just seems like a kind of agreeable guy. But the press in the background will also make you jump. So, move when you can. There's these timers here. It changes the way the stage is, so just keep on your toes, keep in the air as much as you can. It's gonna be tricky.
we got the balloons. I haven't mentioned the balloons yet outside of that special stage. They do show up, and you do get rings for popping them. Ah, okay, so this is this section. Section isn't too bad if you're Tails. If you're anybody else, you might get launched up into the spikes up there. Staying in the air is always helpful in this stage. So what we're doing there is destroying the cores that keep that thing up and alive. And here's the pistons that are moving it. Goku can totally beat Superman. I don't care who beats who. They're both good guys. I feel like they talk it out before they fought each other. That argument's as old, like, that argument feels as old as the internet at this point. I know it's not, but it feels that way. Slow is going to be helpful with the pistons. Luckily this monkey isn't too bad. Like, I don't mind hypotheticals or anything, like Goku versus Superman would win as a hypothetical. But, like, if I'm gonna be, like, a storytelling person, there'd have to be a good reason. Like, if I'm gonna tell a good story, there has to be a good reason for Goku to want to fight Superman. It's kind of like the Marvel DC situation, like, they've had a couple crossovers in the past, and it's like Captain America and Superman would probably get along, but they disagree on how to be a superhero, and that would be the whole fight between those two. And I like that they do that almost every time they end up meeting. Injustice Superman, easy. There you go. That's a good way to do it. Although that's not really what people want. We're gonna do the Fruit Act first, because why not? But King Goku sings so hard, he reboots his universe. I don't know. No idea. Alright. Now it's time for one of the changes I think is a little silly. So they changed the way those spheres work up there. They were originally in Sonic 3, but all you gotta do is hold it the direction you want to go, and it'll do it. You're not really rotating around the sphere as much as just guiding Tails in a direction. And it will throw you off the first time you play this. Especially if you're used to Sonic 3. Like, if you're really used to Sonic 3, these things will make you go, what the world am I doing? We still got the laser beam down there. We do gotta be careful. Over. Yeah, the physics in this game, though, feel fantastic. I don't think the physics here feel bad. I do think the backgrounds get a little busy sometimes, but they're not awful, and I can keep the pace moving, especially in single player. Oh, man. Moving on to Act 2. So this stage has the same gimmick as Sandopolis. That Eggman head in the background is going to start going kaboom. But if the switch is held down, he can't do anything. But it powers up pretty much instantly afterwards. So just keep pressing the buttons as you get to them. This stage is a lot harder than you realistically think it should be. Like, when you first hear the gimmick, it's like, oh, that's not too bad. Well, the problem is that this is an instant kill. Like, if it gets all the way to the end, you're dead. Game over. Try again from the last checkpoint. So, just keep the pace of the stage moving. Hit the buttons when you come to them, and you'll be golden. And it starts beeping after a certain amount of time. Smaller explosions will happen. I only had a little bit longer there left. I don't know what hit me there. Something hit me. Super Tails will not help you through this one, by the way. So if you're at all like, oh, I can just do this and it'll be fine. Nope. Just keep hitting the buttons. You have to hit them. It's not like Sonic 3's Sandopolis, where you can kind of sort of make your way through the stage faster than what the game thinks that you should be. Get to the end of the bridge. Sandopolis, but worse. Yeah, I don't like this stage. This is where the stage kind of goes downhill for me. I just don't like the zone when it does this. By the way, this is all automatic. I cannot control this. If I could, I would get off of it way sooner, because up there is where I want to be. There's the gold enemy for this level. Once again, I don't know where all of them are at, so... Once again, it's not a true 100% run, but at least I got all the emeralds, so... I do have to keep it moving, so me checking chat is going to be sparse, so I'm sorry. The stage just requires way more focus than something like Sandopolis does. Boy, it's not too bad. I can make my way through it. Ah, dang it. When the stage is done, you're gonna hop in. Alrighty. That would be awesome. Thank you, Mountain Man. I could use a co-host. And giving me a chance in warning for audio balancing. Thank you so much. That's gonna help out a ton. So I will have a co-host. It means I gotta edit the description. Woot! I love having co-hosts on. People to talk to. It helps. Like yesterday, I sat and talked with Artie for like 2.5 hours. Talking about cons and conventions and fursuits and Godzilla and just so much cool stuff. Doctor Who. Oh man, the new season of the new specials of Doctor Who have been really, really good. I don't know why that didn't collapse. Oh, I have to jump on it, don't I? I did jump, right? Right? Maybe I was too late. After this stage, though, I do feel the game gets a little bit too difficult for its own good. Like, this should have been where the difficulty peaks. but it gets harder continuing forward, and there's not that many stages left. So one of the stages eases it up. The Golden Corral Zone, as I keep calling it. I know it's not the Golden Corral Zone, but buffets. Buffets are funny. Speaking of buffets, I kept getting asked to go to the hotel buffet when I was at the convention, and I just kept saying no, like over and over and over again. I'm like, no. It's not that I don't want to eat, it's that the buffet is expensive. Apparently they lowered the price by like $4 from previous years, so it's like $24 for a buffet. But I'm like, the hotel already smelt kind of weird, and not everybody was noticing it, and like, I don't know. I just didn't want to. I had McDonald's the entire time I was in Chicago. I wanted pizza, but it was like $20 for a small, and I'm like, no, I think we're good. We can get pizza at home. The pizza at home. It's like thin crust. Everybody's crying because I've only got Little Caesars. Actually, I spent less on Little Caesars when I got back than I did on McDonald's at the convention. I didn't even get that much McDonald's. Prices were just ridiculously high. This boss is where I started to notice the invincibility frame problem. It's not a bad boss, it's just a little awkward. And if I have 50 rings, I should be able to just super tails my way through it. And what do I know? You can still be crushed by that platform there, by the way. When you're ready, I'll join. Alright, give me just a bit. I'll let you know. I've just got a few more hits with this guy. Bingo, go ahead and join. Alrighty. I know, Mattman, you said you tried to come on, like, the last day. Alright. Go ahead and talk, Mattman, I can't. Welcome. Oh, there he goes. Left thing. I don't know why he left. That he came. I hope he comes back. Oh, I could set channels. Oh, cool. Nice. There you go. Yeah, now I can hear you. I just gotta check your audio real quick.
You're good.
I gotta turn you up to like there. Go ahead and talk. Just keep talking.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, hey all, long time no see after like 2 months of non-existence.
Non-existence is right. I gotta turn you up just a little bit more.
So, yeah. But I'll be here for a little bit, and then I turn around and gone again.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's the way it usually goes with you though. So we're at the Golden Corral Zone right now.
Huh.
I know it's Golden Carousel Zone or something like that, but
You just make me hungry. You talked about pizza and McDonald's in the stream like, oh,
oh, I haven't eaten yet today. I have some pizza from last night. That's what I'm gonna have for lunch. I gotta get some groceries. I think I'm just gonna order them online this time because we just don't have like, it's not that we're out of food, it's that I was like, oh yeah, we should be able to get some food, and like we just are barely out of a few things that we usually have. It's like, oh, quick meals, easy prep, like pizza rolls and stuff. I just don't have.
Yeah. Right now, I have in the slow cooker. I have meatballs and marinara inside right now, so I'll have to be left later to make the spaghetti for it.
Oh, yum.
Oh, Zika was saying we need to work better for food.
Yeah, somebody else already did that. I kept calling it the Golden Corral in my first playthrough, and Casey just kept laughing because it was like, wait, that's a restaurant. Why do you keep calling it a restaurant? It's like, nope, it's the Golden Corral. Truman got home that evening, and I'm like, time to play the Golden Corral, and he just looked at me, what?
One thing I was gonna say, I actually got everything booked outside of getting approved to go to the AC.
AC, nice. I will be at AC this year, so or next year, so that'll be easy peasy for me. I'm sorry that you couldn't show up to MFF, but
yes, work was a disaster. I was hoping something broke very expensively, and it went, well, so much for that now.
yeah, that's fair. I just hope you're able to do AC next year, because this year was really, really good at MFF, and I heard last year at AC was really, really good. This year, technically. Whichever way time works. But no, I had fun this year at MFF. I ran around like a crazy person. The only downside was the car rides and Chicago traffic.
Okay. I'm just like, I'm not even gonna drive to Pittsburgh. I'm like, I'm not dealing with that stupid tunnel. Screw that thing, and I'm flying.
Oh, we're driving, but I believe I will be there like a day earlier or something like that.
Also, you're coming from a different direction. You'll be coming from the north side of Pittsburgh, not the south side.
Yep.
Tells you how many times I've had to drive through that stupid thing.
Oh boy.
So, yeah. So, I'm really excited. I know a whole lot of people are going, so no matter what, I know somebody.
You know somebody, you'll be able to hang out with somebody. I'm gonna be going... I'll be in Pittsburgh a little earlier than AC, though, because I will be stopping by my bud Argent's. We'll be doing some suit-making craft stuff later, early next year. Once I know that the apartment, we've got the lease for next year, I will be doing... I'll be heading up there for a little bit of time. Just so I can work on suit stuff with him. I'll have, like, videos prepped and everything for that, so I don't have to worry, but... Yeah.
Fox was saying, oh, I wish I was in the U.S. Guard. I'm like, yeah, that's not that cheap.
Yeah, that's...
The only reason why I'm flying is because I had a bunch of points left over for flying for work, so I just used them all there.
Nice. I was supposed to fly into Megaplex last year, and I told Truman, "All right, dear, you've got the you've got free reign. You book the flight. I've already got the room because yeah." And like Brent got the tickets. I booked or Brent booked the room. I got the tickets, and Truman was supposed to book the flight, and he didn't book the flight, so we had to drive. So that is the big reason why I will not be doing Megaplex for a long while.
Yeah, I'm not driving 8 hours. But I'm like, yeah, I have family on the way, so I thought like I could leave a day early, stop at family, and go. But I'm like, eh.
So here's a unique boss for this stage. Since you've been getting rings this whole time, you've probably got all the emeralds. They think, oh, yeah, this will be an easy boss. And then it takes all your rings. It's a giant piggy bank. Mm-hmm.
Muley Quill says, this is the one follows after Sonic Mania / Sonic Mania Plus.
Yes, and it's also before Sonic Pocket Adventure, because this game takes place on both classic and modern timelines. So does Mania, as I found out, Aquil. So, but welcome, Aquil. Good to have you.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to the whole event. Like, this is the first time I actually am able to do my own vacation by my like outside of family and stuff. So it's actually I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, nice.
So,
Nice.
because every year we've done vacation, my whole life we go camping. And it's always every time there's a holiday, camping.
Camping. That sucks.
I mean, I love it. I love and enjoy it, but since everyone's not really doing it next year because of other things, they're like, oh, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, like, doing a camping trip every year has got to be, like, a hassle. They'll just want to, like, change it up every now and again. It's why me and Truman always change what we do each time we do something. Like, if we're going to a convention or something, I make sure it's not, like, the same area every year, unless it's, like, right in my hometown. Like, birthdays and stuff, we always change up what we do, because there's no reason for me to do the same thing every year. I'm like, yeah, no. Like, this year I want to do mini golf or something. I want to do something really, really fun.
Every year I try to go to Japanese steakhouse, but this year I'm like, nope.
I might try to do that this year, because we both had hibachi last time we were in Centerburg, and it was really, really good. They had a food truck, and it was delicious.
Another place I got to try when I was out in California, I didn't get to do it this time, was it's a Korean barbecue grill style, not the hot plate.
Ooh.
That was so cool and good and expensive. Boy, that was expensive.
That's the way it goes with those places, though.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely, you're not there for just the food, you're there for the experience, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's always those.
So I'm going to hop in the ring here. So once you've gotten all of the emeralds, no matter what you do, all of the rings turn blue, and all of them will now have this. And it will randomly pick and cycle between all of the special stages that you've played so far. This is, right here, this is the first special stage we did. So, except this time it's got a medal at the end instead of a emerald, because there are no more emeralds to get. So this is the Knuckles only stage. There's lots of climbing, lots of gliding sections. It's not too bad of a level. I don't mind it. I think they could have done a little bit more though, but it's alright. It's not too bad.
I just like with Knuckles there for that level. It's just brute force busting through rock and walls. It's like yeah, that's about right.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do the special stage, this type of special stage again, because I haven't done this one since like the beginning of the game. So I have a lot of people that haven't seen it yet. Actually, for this one, I should probably show off the other secrets. So so you unlock stuff for multiplayer by doing the special stages and getting the medals and stuff. One of the things they don't tell you is all of the other hidden items that you have to collect to, like, get all of them. One of them is by getting a perfect in this style special stage. To get a perfect, you need to get every single ring on all 3 sections. And yes, you only have to do it once, but it is a pain.
Really tedious.
It is. Well, it can be. It's not hard, but it can be annoying.
It's more RNG than anything.
It's not RNG, it's just this. The stage rotates at a specific speed, and you can speed it up or slow it down by hitting these, what look like candies.
Yeah, those look like peppermint mints.
It makes me ready for Christmas already.
I am not ready for Christmas. Granted, I just wasted a whole lot of money on crap for the house, so...
And I just ringed out there. Oh well.
Yep.
Busy day. So, something else I should do after... I'll do it right now. So, something else that I showed up at the beginning of the stream, but some people may have missed. I got my suit head, so here's what that looks like. I'll be doing a suit stream next week, but this week I was like, I need to decompress. I'm still a little stuffy. We're gonna take a break and not suit. What do you think of the suit, by the way? Since
I thought it was really cool you sent me that. Wow, because remember, you sent me one that was still under development. That was just wrapping up.
oh, did I not send you any pics when I was at the con?
No, you did. I saw those too, and I was getting it was just sort of yeah. Yeah, I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. The internal lining, it's all lined on the inside. It's got a little tag on the back where the neck is, like with the maker right there, with like care instructions and everything. And it came with the tail. I did not pay for the tail. She just made me a tail. So I'm gonna have to make that video over all of that, all over that entire the suit saga sometime soon.
There you go. Of course, I told you the ridiculous idea I have for Gone.
Yeah, I
It's
like.
ridiculous. It's dumb.
You wanna tell the chat about it while I'm finishing up the stage?
Yeah, sure. So, my dumb idea at the con, if anyone knows, that I'm really VR chat. So, I have a broken old valve index. I took it apart so I could see through it. And also, I'm 3D printing crate trackers and all this stuff, and also 3D printing my name from VR chat and painting it and all that stuff, and just make it look like I'm just a VR chat player. That's the joke.
There were lots of people with little signs over their head, but I didn't see anybody wearing a fake VR headset when I was at MFF. So that'll definitely make you stand out quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, no, it's legitimately a real Valve Index gutted.
I know, but like gutted is the thing. Like it's not functioning.
Oh, that also is a joke. I have an old PC case. I'm gonna make it to a backpack.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm 3D printing. So I need to go get the case and 3D printing hinges so it can open sideways, and then just make it and probably gutting in a old Clymer's backpack or Hyper's backpack.
If you want, I have a non-working PCB.
You got a motherboard?
Yeah, it was for something. I think it was called like a Peacock or something. It was for an arcade emulation board thing. It's not great. I didn't like the system, so we gutted it from an arcade stick, and the board's only like the size of my hand. It's very, very tiny.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that would work. 'Cause I mean.
But no, like just put it in
Put it
there,
in there.
just for the joke of it.
Funny.
But like I took apart the stick and I made it to an actual arcade stick that works with PC and console.
I have to think about that because I was just debating just to put a sticker over the glass of it, and then I can actually use the inside of it as a legitimate backpack. Just have a basic sticker.
All right then.
That was
Well,
kind of my dumb idea. Go ahead.
catch you later, Foxo. Good to have you. Thank you for stopping in and helping to moderate chat. Mountain Man, you missed it earlier. We had some weird stuff. People in chat. They were very rude. So here we have the explanation for the egg on the hub world and the emerald abilities. So.
I would have gotten on earlier, but I had to go get my truck fixed.
Knuckles is all happy he got the emeralds, and Knack takes the emeralds. So for this stage, we have none of the powers. So that's annoying.
Do you know enough to count the money at the table?
Yeah, apparently Knuckles doesn't. This is the only stage where you legitimately have no emerald powers. You can't use them at all. We've got this gimmick with the rings here, where we gotta hit them in order from 4, 3, 2, 1. That'll be littered all around. There's lots of rings, though. The stage isn't super difficult. The boss is a little annoying, and I saw some bugs with it earlier on Twitter. Or X, if you want to call it that. But,
I still call it Twitter.
it's Twitter.
Yeah.
He hates it when we call it Twitter, so let's just keep calling it Twitter.
I still call it, so just like I still call Facebook.
Yeah, because that's what it is. It's Facebook.
Yeah.
They hate it when you do it, just keep doing.
Yeah. Like, I don't see it different outside of the name change and all. That's too much work.
Yep, and a terrible logo.
Especially X. Like, I can somewhat understand that, like, Facebook one. Yeah, that's like
Yeah, it's called the Meta Quest. I get it. It's meta reality for virtual reality. I get that. That makes sense because that's what they're focusing on. But it's still Facebook at the end of the day.
Grunge asks, how is it compared to Sonic?
I had more fun with Sonic 2. You have to come into this with a little bit lower expectations. This game right here is much more like a Game Gear Sonic game than it is a more modern, like Sonic Mania or the like. So, come in with lower expectations than what it looks like there should be. But the game's not bad. It's getting better the more I play it. But there are some problems here and there, and I would say if you think this game is gonna like blow you away, like, oh, it's gonna be better than Sonic 3, no. There are some neat callbacks, like that was these are unused loops from Sonic 2. So it's like playing a longer, larger Sonic Game Gear title. And if that's what you're looking for, this isn't a bad time. I wouldn't say it's a bad time. It's worth picking up. Maybe not at $60, but possibly at $45 or $30. Yeah, this is a $60 game. The multiplayer is kind of pointless and whatnot. If you want to read the next thing they said in chat, because
Yeah, I got it, yeah. Is there any janky crashers and deaths, like in Sonic 3 or alien captured damage sources where you... Sorry, I can't
No.
Sweep it. Go fast, okay, yeah.
Not really. Most of the game's problems stem from boss design. The game isn't really too bad with stage design. Like, you can even see it here with the slicers. Like, they move slow enough for me to be like, yes, they're there, I can see them, I get hit, but that's on me. So, like, the game has got a lot less of that gacha style design than, say, Sonic 3 or even earlier Sonic games like Sonic 1. But most of the design problems come with bosses, and most of the boss problems are just late game bosses having some instant kill stuff. It's annoying, but the rest of the game is so good that I don't want to be like, it's bad. The game is very much like middle of the road for Sonic. Which, I mean, it's good. It's good. It's a good classic Sonic game. It's not the best classic Sonic game. I'd say it's somewhere in between Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Sonic Mania for me. It's definitely better than 2. But it doesn't reach the high points of Sonic Mania. But it's good to have you. Good to have you, Grunge. Feel free to drop a like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video so far. There's 2 story mode playthroughs that we're gonna be doing. Part 1 today is just the standard mode with Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Knuckles. Part 2 will be the final story and the trip story mode. So we've got 2 nice, 2 easy peasy things to do tomorrow. They do change up or next Wednesday. They do change up quite a lot for Trips mode, so can't wait to get there. I'm struggling, but it's just because I'm talking and playing at the same time.
Well, things don't go at once. I can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Now we get to the boss. If you want to keep talking, Mountain Man, go for it.
Yeah, it's a ground point. Metacritic user scores are superstars. Three. So the critics don't like it.
Metacritic user score for Sonic Superstars higher than I had to reread that because you
Yeah,
were getting quiet there, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I don't know why I was like.
Any other Sonic? You're good. Any other Sonic game besides Sonic 3? But the critics don't like it. Yeah. So a lot of the. So it's not that critics didn't like it. I saw a lot of critics being like, it's okay. Like they were very mixed on it. I wouldn't say they didn't like it because there were positive reviews for this game. The fans, on the other hand, went and dogpiled, mass reviewed this game 10 out of 10, and then said, don't let the critics, like almost every review I've read on Metacritic when this game was coming out was, don't trust the critics, come up with your own opinions. And it was like, what? That's not going to help people. That's just telling them to buy a game, and if they don't like it, yeah.
That's kind of the point, I mean,
of a review.
So to help you so you don't waste $60 on something pointless.
Like, I understand trying to show Sega that you enjoyed the game. I get it. I just, So, no, the game is like a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. It's not like, it doesn't reach the highs of Sonic 3, but it also doesn't reach the lows of Sonic 3. It's definitely better on console than it is on PC, because the game was optimized for Switch. The PS5 version has some bugs, but throughout this entire playthrough, I've encountered one bug this entire time. I have played this game all the way to completion before, and I encountered a lot of bugs then, but I've encountered a lot less this time, and it feels like Sega patched this game in the meantime to tweak things. So, it is a nice companion piece to Sonic Origins Plus, though, so if you enjoyed Origins Plus after all those patches, you'll probably enjoy this. It's a good Sonic game, not my favorite, but it's okay. It doesn't reach the highs of Frontiers, doesn't reach the lows of Frontiers. It's one of those, this game is safe, and that's okay. Not
with the issue with the PS5 or other consoles, and it's optimized for Switch. I understand architecture and stuff, but I always figured the Switch being so much hardware, it's like, oh, porting it over is probably not that hard.
Well, so for the Switch at least, Sega gets a lot of sales from Nintendo consoles, because a lot of the Sega guys who enjoyed Sega consoles have Nintendo consoles now. Because, you know, Sega versus Nintendo. So they optimized it for Switch. The game looks worse, but it runs just as good. The PlayStation 5 version has some weird bugs later on in the game, but the early game looks good and plays well, and the late game looks good too, and it still runs really well. The PC version was optimized for 60 frames per second on, like, I don't know, I think it was like higher end rigs. So, like, if you're playing the game on a lower end rig with 30 frames per second, it's not going to be as good. And now we get to see Trip's full, true form. This is Trip the Sun Gazer. Sun-gazing lizards were often mistaken for dragons by early man in medieval times. I know it's not early man, but... So, Trip's super form is a dragon. And this final boss back here for Fang the Sniper, we don't fight it. Trip does. Trip beats it.
I like Sonic 1 to be parts of 2. Mania was too automated and it plays itself.
Okay, well, this game doesn't really play itself. There's not a whole lot of automation. This game feels much closer to Sonic 2 in terms of design. My main gripe is at launch there wasn't a lot. The multiplayer seemed like a big focus, and then I played multiplayer and it wasn't like there was hardly any content in multiplayer. And then like the later half of the game, like the transitions weren't as good. But that wasn't like other than some bugginess here and there, they seem to have fixed a lot of it. The game's still good, minus my gripes. I said, like, the music is a little inconsistent at points, just in sound. Like, some of it sounds like Genesis music, and others sound like modern T-Lopes tracks. Also, this stage is really cool. But yeah.
I always like the Cyber City kind of stuff, but granted, it always just kind of gives me just... I have no room to talk, because the only thing I know from it, from like, the cyber stuff, is from Delta Room when it did Chapter 2, and I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, they change, even the monitors change here. Like, they flip around everything. But there's a lot of bugs that come with this that I don't think they play tested, specifically with, like, Trip and stuff. But we got our emeralds back, so... The emerald abilities are there. Some of them are useful, some of them are pointless. The game is very mixed in terms of, like... There's quality here, there's definitely effort, but our Zest needed more time and more of a vision. And I think that was like the main gripe between me and my roommates. Like when I talked about this game with Potato, he seemed excited for it. I don't know what his final thoughts were. We didn't get to talk after that. We will be for upcoming video, but. So I'll have to ask him then. And when I talked to my roommates and stuff, it just seemed like all of us came to the solid consensus of it's an okay Sonic game, but it needs more. It needed to do more adventurous stuff. So
played it a little too safe because we were probably time crunch or something like that.
Yeah, like the game is long, a little too long in some sections. A little too short in others, and all in all, it's like, this is good, but it's missing something, and I think it's just, our Zest was scared to experiment because they experimented a lot with Balan Wonderworld, and this is their first game after Balan Wonderworld, so it makes sense that they'd be a little nervous. So I can excuse it. The more I've been learning about the development, the less harsh I want to take on this game. I think it'd be good if they had another shot at making like a Superstars 2 or something like that. But definitely, they need another shot. If not for the sake of letting them give it a go. Just for the sake of, just for the point of it. So here's the main gimmick, is that you're transforming throughout this level. So we got a nice little gimmick here with the mouse, where we gotta go up the track here. This is a reference to another older Sega game. This part of the game actually has a lot of references to older Sega titles. This one in particular is one of their earliest games. It was like a mouse chasing style game where you gotta avoid the things on the line and like shoot across and whatnot. I don't know how good the game was. I didn't play it. I just know it exists.
It's what say that's probably getting into like the 80s with the Teletrons and stuff like that.
1970s actually.
Oh.
We're jumping back really far in time.
Grunge for that scene, they hired the artist because it had the old Sonic CE guy, right? The classic Sonic artist / level designer.
Yes, that's not the only reason they did that, by the way. Well, one, Yuji Naka worked with them prior on Balan Wonderworld. Sorry, I had to turn on a light. It's getting dark here. So they already had worked on Balan Wonderworld, and they showed promise, but they didn't show but they needed stronger leadership. Yuji Naka is not a strong leader when it comes to game design. In fact, most of Sega knows that. That's why Sonic was where he was at in the late aughts. So a lot of the team at Arzest previously worked at Square Enix and previously worked at Sega. So a lot of the team already knew what they were jumping into, like who they were working with. So when it came to making a Sonic game, it was really easy for them to like find solid ideas and stuff. The problem was they just didn't follow through with a lot of those ideas. It feels like they needed more stages to play with. Even though some of these stages feel like they go on a little too long, they don't play the gimmick all the way to the end, which is the major issue. Like this, there need to be a stronger transition between the last stage and this stage. But there wasn't. And like that's minor. That's whatever. Like neither here nor there, but still like disappointing. And I don't think this game's disappointing. I think this game is perfectly fine if you're like a younger Sonic fan or an older Sonic fan looking to play something different. But it's not what I was expecting when it came to classic Sonic game, and that's okay. I don't have to be excited about it. But yeah, RZS just needed more of a clear focus. Because like this guy, the little robot up there, he's based on what you do for the create a character. But you'll never know that because if you don't touch the multiplayer stuff. This boss fight's annoying. I don't like this one. This is where the bosses start to go downhill. Everything prior to this has been like, oh, it's okay. A little weak, but okay. But this boss, I prefer to play as Tails. So, after this, we're going to switch back over to Sonic for the next few stages. Oh, man. Alright, there goes all my rings. I got none left.
Oh, no, I don't. Okay. I'm trying to get your... I keep forgetting I have a lag. What the, I was gonna say though.
Welcome, Clifford Charles. Welcome. Oh, here we go. There's phase 1 done. We're not done yet with this boss. I need this ring monitor. Alright. And we unlocked more of the droids. And Eggman's in a giant one. Now this is the part of the boss fight that's annoying. If you die here, you have to redo the whole bit. All you gotta do is knock those back, kind of just move at a standard pace, keep walking.
Charles, what game is that?
This is Sonic Superstars. This is a game created by RZest and Sonic Team, and it's the sequel to Sonic Mania, and it's canon to both the classic and modern Sonic. Somehow, someway.
So bosses aren't great, but they are any as bad as the janky final boss of Sonic 2.
No. Except for the second final boss that you fight as Trip. But we'll get to that in part 2. But none of them are as bad as like the janky Death Egg robot from Sonic 2. So
Silver jumped in saying super duper Sonic Mania lol. And then Charles asking, it's like, you used Chaos Emerald powers.
Got them all right here.
Hey.
Alright, I gotta take a drink of my drink.
That's just the name of it, drink.
I have to drink a drink of my Dr. Pepper.
That sounds good right now.
Dr. Pepper?
How the hell I live alone? All I have left is beer for some reason. Beer and water.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I gotta go to the grocery store.
Alright, yeah, so that's only one act for this stage, which, once again, I just don't like the fact that we have one act zones at all. I feel like that kind of cheaps out on some of the stuff they could play with. So, I'm going to...
Grunge said good stream, by the way.
Well, thank you. I stream every Wednesday, at the very least. I also do Fursuit shorts on Monday, and I also do bigger videos, one a month, or at least I try to make it one a month. So we're gonna switch over to Sonic. I've got the rabbit and the Lego skin. If you, Mountain Man, I'll let you pick.
Oh, I always say the Lego because the bunny one looks kind of cursed.
I'm gonna switch between those two and use them for at least one stage apiece. Now we are at Frozen Base, and you'll start to see what I mean by the Lego skins feel very, very cheap in terms of animation. I don't know, just something about it's really cheap. Also, if anybody knows where I can pick up the Lego Dimensions for cheap, like the Sonic set and stuff, please let me know. I need to play that for the channel, and don't want to spend a fortune. Yeah, they get rather expensive because they're Lego. And I'm like, well... it's one of the games I haven't played yet.
Gracie, I made it.
Welcome! Welcome, El Rey. You made it just in time for us to, proceed through the rest of this.
And then Charles asked, do you think Lego Sonic is cool?
I think the sets are really neat. I ended up building one. I want to get all of them because they're really fun to build with my... Oh boy, I guess I should announce that. They're really fun to build with my husband. But yeah, no, I think Lego Sonic's neat as a concept, but yeah.
That was... Talking about Lego, my dumb idea, I just thought, I wonder if I could get away with 3D printing Lego.
So when I was in school, I remember, yes, you could 3D print Lego blocks, but they'd fall apart when you tried to take them apart or put them on, and it was one or the other, or both. But I don't know, because 3D printing has come a long way, so that might have been a problem. That might be just a problem of the past.
If you had a resin printer, you would not have to worry, but since all I have is the shrink, the PLA style, it would probably separate.
Yeah, PLA was what I think everybody was using back then. Well, that was early in 3D printing. Like, they had just got commercial 3D printers out at that time. So, like, it's been so long. I know I kept... Dang it. I keep, I know 3D printers are tricky.
Yeah, I'm happy. Still learning, but I need to do a little work on it. Anyway, Charles asking, are you going to play Super Mario Bros. Wonder?
Bros Wonder, and yes, I will. That is something on the docket for the channel. My goal for this channel is to pick series and play all the way through them. So you'll get a couple big videos talking about my thoughts, my feelings, timelines, any intricate details about the franchises as a whole. So for Mario, I have a power-up video planned and something talking about Mario lore and just the way the world works in that series. For Sonic, I've done a timeline video, and I have a couple of other thoughts and ideas. For Mega Man, we're doing a complete guide, going over every single thing in the franchise as much as I can. And then for the... But then we also, on top of doing those longer videos, I'll also be streaming each individual game to give my thoughts, my opinions, on my more in-depth research on each individual game. Like, we did every Sonic game last year, or every mainline Sonic game.
outside of, like, riders.
And Buzz also asks, do you play any online games?
I don't really. I do play Mega Man Battle Network online every now and again, but I don't really play, like, Fortnite or anything like that. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people are like, when are you doing this? When are you doing that? It's like, well, that's for somebody with more time on their hands. I just don't have the time to learn the intricacies of online multiplayer. And almost every time I've ever played online, if there's voice chat at all, people tend to get very yell-happy. Like, they curse and say a lot of really rude things, and it's like, I don't need that in my life. And it's nothing against it, I just don't really find it enjoyable to get yelled at all the time over a video game.
Oh, you gotta ask, have you ever played with Super Mario Legos? That's a thing?
That is a thing. There's a whole, like, board about it. I have a Buzzy Beetle from one of the sets. I got it from my grab bag. But I have not played with Super Mario Legos. It's one of those things where the Mario Lego sets are very expensive for no real reason.
Back to Oreo joke. Like, Sonic's 3D punching into Knuckles. Okay. I almost got a resin printer, but the issue was I couldn't find any way to get it to hold.
Alright, I'm gonna need to surpass this. I thought I could have sworn there was a different boss for this stage. Maybe I was wrong or mistaken. Or maybe I just beat him that fast because I had 50 rings, went super, and just trashed the boss, which is very likely, knowing my playstyle. Or it might not have been me playing, which is always a possibility. Yeah, no, that's a typical Lego thing, is with the prices there. They charge a lot because they know they can, and more power to them. There are people that'll pay really high prices. I just don't have the money most of the time.
I did try Lego when I was younger, but I got bored of it pretty quick because, like, I don't have the patience to do this, to put it together.
I do. I actually really like doing stuff like that. Like that, model kits, all sorts of stuff. I just enjoy it. I have fun.
Yeah, I can't do, like, another thing I learned quickly recently, I can't paint to save my butt. Like, basic painting, I suck at because I don't have the patience.
I did painting before I left for Midwest Fur Fest for a couple badges. We're gonna return to World Map, because next up is the Tails only level, and I want to change out Sonic's skin to the rabbit.
It's surprising there ain't knockoff Lego-like products everywhere. Well, there was. I know that for a little while. Like, you had Duplo.
Duplo is owned by Lego.
Okay. Mega Bloks, which was a competitor, but there was other. Yeah, even someone common put Duplo. But I mean, there were other knockoffs. I mean, wasn't there like an issue or some crap like that with the old Lego, the old Lincoln Logs? Stuff like that with
not Lincoln Logs, but there were Lego competitors. Lego was not the first to make building block toys like that. The problem was one of the people. Lego was like one of the first to file a patent on those toys, on their specific ones. And most of their competitors had longer studs, so the blocks fell apart easier. Like, because the connections weren't as tight, so it was less, like, fun for people to build stuff, because it would just get knocked over really, really quickly. And one of the competitors actually infringed on copyright law, and had to be shut down. They had to stop selling a competitor to Lego altogether. So Lego's only real competitor are Mega Bloks and I think Playmobil, which is sad because Playmobil is terrible. They're cheap and fall apart way too easily. I actually there were some from the early aughts where they got the license to stuff like Marvel versus Tatsunoko versus Capcom and stuff. And I had one of them. It was like a Ryu figure, and I thought it was so cool. But the thing was like all the pieces, because of the way they had to connect together, they couldn't snap in tight, because if they did, they'd infringe on Lego's copyright. Because there's only so many ways you can make that work.
Grudge said that patent must be expiring soon because they only last 1 year. There's got to be some legal loophole.
There are a few legal loopholes. The thing is that Lego changes their designs every 20 years. People are honking outside. I'm sorry if that's picking up. There's a bus that stops by my house to drop off kids, and people are freaking out for some reason.
It picks up a little bit more when you speak.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
People get it. The horn works.
We get it. Your horn works. Let the kids get off the bus so they can go home. Like Christ.
For real.
This game has a lot of pressure.
Yeah. It's got a lot of crushers and press style things. I do like the theme here. The music here in this stage is one of my favorites. I don't know why. There's something about it. It's just nice. Upcoming, though, is one of the coolest, one of the coolest levels in this entire game. So I can't wait to show it off.
I was gonna say, audio thing. So audio bar. It's kind of embarrassing, but I finally figured out why my voice meter wouldn't work after only a year of working on it.
Why is that?
I had my audio input setting really weird, and it kept on feedbacking and stuff.
Oh, damn.
Because I have to use something called V-band and voice meter, and it's weird and wonky, and I had it mess up because basically it was feedbacking through the same connection twice, and that's what I kept on getting a low packet number for basically really high latency. Because it was going through the same system twice without me realizing it.
Gotcha. That's a little funky. If you want to read chat real quick, it looks like we've got a question.
Let's say, what 3 games have you replayed more than any others?
Mega Man, for me, at least. Mountain Man, feel free to answer. I've replayed Mega Man 11, over 100 times now at this point. I come back to that game so often. It's so much fun.
Go ahead.
Probably Mega Man 10 too. They're close contenders in terms of how often I come back to them. I also have replayed Super Mario Bros. I did it I replayed that game 6 times in one stream. I just kept replaying the game as fast as possible just for the fun of it. And I did it for 2 hours straight. And I can't really think of any others that I played over and over and over again like that. Mostly because I'm finding new games to play all the time. Probably Sonic though. I've replayed Sonic 1 and 2 and Adventure dozens of times. I come back to Adventure once every year. And Mountain Man, I'll let you answer their question in just a bit. Here we have this stage, which is my favorite level in the entire game because it is a reference to Phantasy Zone, sorry. If you've never played Phantasy Zone, it is an old Sega arcade game. It's one of the earliest cute-em-ups, which is in the game, you shot down these guys up here, the enemies would drop coins. There'd be a little shop. You could upgrade your blaster, and you can play this mode in up to 4 players. And meanwhile, the original Fantasy Zone recently got a re-release over the past like 3 years that have had simultaneous co-op, which is really cool. So, Fantasy Zone, really fun shoot 'em up. But go ahead and answer, Mountain Man.
We got a lot of people going questions in chat.
Oh boy, yeah.
Okay, so Charles asking, I have a challenge for you. Let's get you to 1,000 subs before Christmas.
Oh yes, I would be ecstatic. That has been my goal since the very start of the channel, has been to get to 1,000 subs so I can make this my job. So, yes, please. If we could, that would be awesome.
Yeah, because then my YouTube premium account could go to something actually useful. Anyway, I think I've replayed Pokemon Gen 1 and 2 more often than any other game, but I already talked about this earlier. And I miss hanging out with friends with All-Star thing.
Yep, All Stars on SNES was super cool. I enjoy that game quite a bit. I've got my copy still. I think that might be one of the first things we test out with the Poly Mega when I get the system.
And is this a reference?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. This is all a reference. These 2 bosses are based on the first boss, and I think the second or third boss, respectively, from Fantasy Zone. I'd love to do a retrospective on Fantasy Zone, because it's also connected to the game's Space Harrier. And Fantasy Star, which is a different series, but they're all, like, mildly space-related. So...
Said, we're upset. It's just a statue from. I forget what the actual emoji.
Bro said Maui, the Maui heads.
Oh, okay, that's what.
They're from Easter Island.
No,
Moai, sorry, Moai heads.
But I almost said it's the statue from Night at the Museum. I almost said that instead.
Oh my Christ.
Dum give me gum. I tried the Genesis Classic Collection on the Switch, but there was too much
input
lag.
Oh, I feel that. That input lag is always a hassle on modern systems. If you want to give Phantasy Star a shot, there is a direct port to Switch. The Sega Ages ports for all of those games have way less input lag than the Genesis Classic Collection. I understand not wanting to, but those versions go on sale all the time, and they have so much less input lag. It's like Sonic Origins Plus on Switch. They updated that game to the point where I think it's worth it now. Like, every review I've ever made of Sonic Origins, like, instantly got... Like, I put out my review for Origins, and then they announced Origins Plus. I put out my thoughts on Origins Plus, they updated the game. And... now the game is, like, so much better than it was. So, yeah, if you're having issues with the Genesis Classic Collection, I totally feel you there. Give like the official port stuff a go, because M2 does a great job, but the Genesis Classic Collection, I totally understand it.
Yeah, of course. Maximus Gamer says great stream.
Oh, thank you.
Sibion says NN5 World now.
I'm guessing it's what? Are you asking me to play Mega Man World 5? Because I did that already. That's a Game Boy game. I played.
Oh, okay.
I think, but I don't think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened on this one. And Garth says good to know. The more you know, and then the Star Wars
I know quite a bit of information. When it comes to Mega Man and Sonic, I'm basically a certified expert. So if you guys have lore questions about stuff for Mega Man Part 3 video, I do plan on doing like an extended video on that, like Part 4 with a bunch of like frequently asked questions in the comments and stuff. But I haven't had enough questions yet to derive a video from that, so I'll probably make it after after I get there. We're gonna use time slow here.
I would break it up for short.
I could, but there's gonna be a lot of questions, and I'm gonna have to get. I want to give detailed answers so people can either ask new questions on top of that, or just really go like, yeah. I just want to make. I want people to be interested in asking questions and get good answers back.
I was gonna say, just then you could just do only one question per video. Put that in the comments.
I could. I might. I know I've been trying to think of gaming-related shorts I could do in Fursuit because I mean, we just got the suit. I do gaming content, so might as well.
Yeah, that's one. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and apparently MM is the current world stage.
Oh. MM? I don't.
This stage is called MM World. Interesting. Why did they decide to change Sonic from a rabbit to a hedgehog?
It all came down. It wasn't really much to anything. It was just. It all came down to what the dev team thought at the time. There was a lot of thought put into what was cool, and the rabbit idea was just a little bit too cutesy.
I was going to say on the nose.
It was just cutesy. It was just a little bit too cutesy for what Sega was going for. You know, so they needed. They already had a pretty good grip in Europe with the Master System because Nintendo didn't support Europe's PAL standard all too often, so a lot of games just didn't come out in Europe. So they already had like a grasp on the market in Europe with the Master System and Genesis, because Sonic was not like a launch title for Sega at all. Like, it just wasn't. So it came down to what would sell in America, because they already had the home PC market cornered in Japan, and arcades cornered in Japan, because they were just putting out great arcade game after great arcade game. So they didn't really feel the need or pressure to put out like a new hit maker. It was all came down to what would sell in America. And all of 90s marketing was like cool and sharp edges. So the rabbit was just too cutesy for them to use, so they didn't. So, I mean, it's really as simple as character's too cute, and he might infringe on Oswald the Lucky Rabbit copyright. Which wasn't owned by Disney, but at the time. Now he is, but yeah, that's a whole other can of worms that I don't want to jump into. I don't feel qualified enough. I may be an animator, but I'm not a great animation historian, so.
Yeah, that's above my pay grade. Well above. Cormac was asking, I'm listening to music from the stage. I'm hearing similar
Motifs.
Motifs. Yeah, I'm not music much. From Daytona, USA.
Yep.
I'm forgetting that game.
Daytona USA. I loved. The newest Yakuza game has Daytona 2 in it, and it's the first time it's ever been ported to a home console. I'm gonna be buying Yakuza or Like a Dragon Gaiden just so I can play Daytona. I have no real interest in Yakuza outside of that.
Yeah, because I used to play the Daytona USA went on an arcade system at a gas station whenever I was little, because I would go, hey Dad, can I get a quarter? And go play it in the arcade section in there while he was getting old. He always got mad at me because I was like there for like 20 minutes.
Yep.
That was like the only game I was good at on arcade.
So we're gonna go back to the world map, and I'm gonna change my skin back to the normal classic Sonic skin to finish it out here. So here's the gimmick for the next stage, though. We gotta play that whole stage in reverse. Everything will be moving in reverse.
It's opposite day.
Oh boy.
And then Carmen's saying, I think we're gonna reach 800 by the end of the year.
We at the very least will reach 800 by the end of the year. I have no idea where we're standing at right now, but
786.
786. Okay, not bad. That's actually really, really good.
There we go. Oh yeah. While we're waiting here, if they still want to know the answer to the 3 games I usually end up going back to play, my list is completely different from by everyone else here, because mine's more of grand strategy map games.
Well, you also play very different games than me.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's like Hearts of Iron 4, Shogun 2, and recently I actually bought an old multiplayer game and I'm going back to play it right now called Battlefield 1.
Not Battlefield 1, the shooter, right?
Yeah, the shooter. No, yeah, like
Oh,
from 2016. Yeah, I've been going back to play the multiplayer on it because the multiplayer is still supported on the PC for it.
Huh.
As of recently.
Odd.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, but I was like really in the mood to play Battlefield again. I was like, oh, what about the F1 still thing? Yep.
You'd think they'd shut that down because, you know, Battlefield 1 is out, or the names are confusing.
Yeah, 1, then 5, then 42. But, I mean, they're still running 4. They're still running servers on console for BO4. That came out 2013?
Nice. I love it when games are continue to be supported long after they probably should.
Especially for EA games.
Yeah. That's
surprising.
That's
That's
just
the surprising part.
that's just a shocker.
Yeah, like Call of Duty has multiple versions of the Modern Warfare, but they have the same name. Yeah, it's really dumb.
Oh yeah, no, that me and Truman watched a short video on that because I've never been interested in Call of Duty. So of course I'm gonna watch a video on how that works, and I was just left like with my mouth agape going, I think I just had a brain aneurysm. Like, what?
Yeah, like the whole lore of like the zombies for that. I'm like,
No, that wasn't even what I was watching. I was just watching the naming conventions. I'm like,
oh,
what?
God.
It was like,
Yeah.
and this one's Modern Warfare 2, and this one's Modern Warfare 2, and this one had its name changed to Modern Warfare 2, and I'm like, what? Oh, and don't forget, this is Modern Warfare 3, and this is 3, but don't be confused with this 3, because it's not 3. This one was included with 2, and I'm like, what? Oh, and don't confuse it with this, because it has the guns from this. I'm like, what is this game series? I straight up just could not. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It makes me really glad I don't play that series. I'm like, what?
Yeah, the only last one I ever played was Black Ops 2, so I'm not missing anything. Anyway, we got a lot of people.
Oh, I'm sure.
Anyway, it was so cool. Start going on this. And it was like, it was the 3 minutes behind the screen only to learn that Oswald was Epic Mickey. Yeah, Oswald the Rabbit.
Oswald was before Epic Mickey.
Yeah.
He was one of the first characters created by Walt.
I would say Oswald was copyrighted by the last business before Walt Disney left to make his own.
Yeah, and Walt Disney was very upset, so he made Mickey Mouse just to spite them.
Oh, yeah.
Mickey was just made out of spite, like legit.
Yep. And it worked. Eggman, I have come to bargain. I think.
Oh, because we have reverse time right now, and Doctor Strange kept rewinding time.
Oh yeah. You have never played German? The game has extra levels that were just main levels in reverse.
Well, the thing is like some of the concepts here for rewinding time, like falling platforms and enemies that shoot, are great, but some of the animations for when stuff happens is very not well telegraphed for going in reverse. So this stage, you'll get blind. This is the only stage where I feel like you'll probably get blindsided by a few things, like that.
Oh.
Like, you could see them coming, but you don't know where the hitbox is because everything's moving in reverse. You don't expect the fire on the one end, so.
Go back to, I guess, the Mickey thing real quick. I'm skipping ahead on the rear here, but I thought Mickey was made for money. I mean, yeah, it was made for money, but also
Spite.
Well, it's spite too. And
You can make things for two different purposes. You can make a character for spite and still use that to make money. Like, if like, it was the whole thing was like Oswald and Mickey could share the same space, did share the same space, but Mickey was originally created just so Walt Disney would own a character that the other studio made. Like, that was it. That it was just spite so he could own something. It wasn't... And then he found a way to make money on it after that. Walt Disney was a very spiteful man, if you ever learn about his actual life. Like, he was not a good person. He just knew how to be a good businessman. Yes, he knew animation tricks and stuff, but most of his movies and stuff were not directly animated by him. I believe it's like the 5 or 6 old men in animation is what they're called, but you can learn a ton about animation history and the principles of animation from the people that worked around Walt Disney, but we don't know much about that stuff from Walt Disney himself, because after a certain amount of time, he really didn't work on anything, is the thing. Like, you know, after, like, before Robin Hood and everything, that he didn't really work on much. Snow White and Pinocchio are, like the first and, like, the last major things he worked on. After that, he didn't really work on much. He was more so advising and making sure the studio ran right. That was it.
I knew he was the VC for a while until he had to stop smoking.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm kind of skipping across because it's kind of keeping things like that. All right, cool. All right, and then Grug, you're saying about the head of EA moving so to Unity. So I know a little bit. What happened was the CEO of EA went to Unity, done the same thing. The CEO, and he tried to pull the stunt. He rumored that Unity was trying to make an idea, and to make his idea look better, they were trying to make it where there were better monetized. Well, and we all know what happened there. I am not sure if he left the company, if he resigned.
He was basically thrown out, but
He was thrown out.
When it comes to that guy, the CEO of EA who moved over to Unity, or whatever it was, the writing was on the wall. Like, we knew already how bad of a person this guy was. If you follow Suda51's games and played No More Heroes 1 and 2, you can find writings from Suda himself about how terrible of a person to work with he was. Like, he was literally just in the industry for money and to get a golden parachute and jump out of the studio when it was all said and done. So, and there's a lot of people in the industry like that, a lot of CEOs specifically.
They treat it like a business, and that's it.
Yep. When in reality, you can treat it like a business, but you still have to respect the art form, which is something that, believe it or not, Nintendo has always done, which is weird. Like, working for Nintendo is not a bad job. according to a lot of the people who I've met who have worked there in the past, they're treated very well. They have like holiday pay and stuff. They're not allowed to do overtime and haven't, like, crunch time on their games is not allowed. It's one of those things where everybody hears about Smash Brothers crunch time, but everybody forgets that what's his name wasn't working at Nintendo when he made it. He was working at Sora Limited. And every time they talked about it, they were like, yeah, we told him he could go home. We can delay the game and stuff. Because after the GameCube released, they found out how much crunch time hurt their games with stuff like Mario Sunshine and Pikmin 1. And so they just stopped demanding crunch from their developers, which is why a lot of their games are, you know, the way they are, as polished as they are. It's just because they don't require you to stay in the office. It's not expected of you. If you do, you're probably going to get told off by your boss in the morning. Like, that's just... That is all stuff that you might not have known about Nintendo in particular.
Okay, yeah. One of the jokes from earlier was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 Kingdom Hearts. One of the jokes for the weird naming conventions. Crunch, even at 60 FPS, I did the math. Okay, I think that's happened before. If Eggman's giant robot doesn't work, he'll just challenge Sonic to a race.
Movies running at 60 FPS, though, should not be a thing. You can get very smooth movies at 48 frames per second and 24 frames a second. 60 FPS is a video game thing, and when I hear gamers talk about movies and they're like, everything should be at 60, it's because they don't understand the animation principles and don't understand that movies don't have to run in 60. 60 is just better for the way a game feels. Has nothing to do with the way how smooth everything looks for a movie.
I was going to say, 60 wouldn't really make sense. Because, well, 60 makes sense in games because you have the inputs and stuff like that, because you're actively into your game and stuff and not just watching, compared to a movie where you are passively just sitting there watching it. So, if I'm right, the standard's what, 32, or is it
It's
lower?
24. The standard is 24.
24.
Or it was the standard. I don't know what the standard is nowadays.
Probably still 24.
I hope it's still 24. I animate on 3s at 24 frames a second usually when I make animations. So I've done a couple in 48 frames a second. I just don't do it often because it requires a lot of work and I don't have the time.
Anthony was asking, oh yeah, movies are at 24, but it always sounds like it's just a random number to me.
It feels like it. There are comparisons. I think his name's Doodle or Noodle. Noodle is his name. He did a couple of great videos on the topic of AI and animation animation frames and all of
those too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I remember his ratio one, and I also remember his frame. Yeah, he was
Those
talking about that.
those are all super interesting. If you want to catch up on chat real quick, we can.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be beating the boss here real quick. This is the boss that I tend to need a lot of focus on.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out. Why 24 instead of 25, 28, or 19?
So when you're animating, you often want to animate on 2s or 3s, and 24 is divisible by 2. So if you were to animate on any higher of any different number than that, it may not look as smooth as it possibly could. Meanwhile, the other way around, it looks nice, it runs nice, and it's easier on the animator because, you know, you're sitting and drawing every single frame. So
I know talking about this, but he was talking about in the 24. This was only short though. He was explaining the 24 format for claymation or puppet motion, and it's like, oh my god, that is tedious.
yes.
How it works and stuff. I'm like, wow.
Dang it!
Also, apparently 24 is also good for a minimum for good sound.
Yes. Let's catch up on chat real quick because I legitimately cannot focus on that second half of the fight without a little bit more peace. So let's see here. 60 math, 24, 19, apparently 24, good sound. We math distracted him to death. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh man, you get me talking on a topic, I'll just go. Mountain Man, Mountain Man's seen me before. You get me on a certain topic, I'll just go. Like, animation principles, cooking topics, certain video games like Sonic or Mega Man, I'll just go. I'll just keep talking. But this is the only real this is the weakest part of the game for me, is this final boss, and then the final boss with Trip. But that's a different fight. But this is... I don't know. There's just a lot of instant kill stuff that I just don't like in Trip's version of this fight. And then Sonic's version of this fight is... it just takes a long time.
Super Suit.
Anyways, hit one. You can talk for this first phase. I have it down. I have this part down. It's the second phase with the running where I need to focus.
I guess some people are trying to make up random questions. Or is it Super Stew?
I don't have any stew recipes. I don't make soup a lot, so. My grandfather makes a mean chili though. I do know the recipe of that.
Especially me. Both. Okay.
Why not have it all?
I mean, my stupid one I've always had is cereal soup. Have you ever had super stew? What was that? Elaborate. Is that just everything stew?
So Mountain Man, we ripped your kidneys out the other night and made a stew out of it. It was the most delicious thing we'll ever eat. But you just looking in horror.
You're forgetting I had EMS. I've heard weirder shit. Once on that subject, a little bit about con stuff in the chat just went nuts.
Oh god, the convention was great. I had fun at Midwest. I can't wait to go back next year. But there were a lot of people. I think the one thing I can speak up for everybody was maybe that was just a bit too many people in one place.
I was pretty packed.
Incredibly packed. Like I at least was, by the end of it all, I was like, this might have been too many people. Like, it wasn't bad. I had fun, met a lot of people, but it was also very difficult. One of the people I was supposed to meet up with was Kite the Windswept Wanderer. For those who don't know, that is his YouTube ad. You can go bug him. But he was only there for 8 hours. The way he was talking to me made it seem like he was going to be there the whole time. He was only there for 8 hours on, like, Saturday or Sunday, and that made it very difficult to give him his gift, and I didn't end up seeing him, like, at all. The one time I saw him, he was going down an escalator for the Christmas parade. I just couldn't find him after that. So, I'm assuming he went home after his time was up. Which, good on him, but dang.
Could you explain the quadric format? But this one knows where it is, but it knows where it isn't. I don't know. Stu, apparently at the event was over 15,000 furries.
Yes, it was a lot. There was a lot of people. That's why when you said you were coming, I was like, okay, then I will cut out an hour of my time just for...
I was hoping I could. I figured I didn't.
So, the fact that you couldn't, it's like, whatever, we'll do it some other time at a less packed place. Because MFF is, the thing is, it's winter, it's cold, it's damp, it's hard to see everybody you want to see. So, yeah. Bear with me, folks. I need some quiet time for this boss fight. Feel free to keep putting stuff in chat, though. just need to beat this boss fight. This boss is incredibly annoyingly difficult, so... For no good reason, by the way. I struggled with this my first time through. I'm probably going to struggle with it here, too. Usually my streams are like 2 hours long. I'm going on 3.5 right now, so it's... Dang it. Back to the normal scheduled talking.
Anyway.
I just died.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Anyway, but yeah, alright, it was like hallways, and hallways.
Yeah.
I probably imagine, I'm hoping when I go to AC it'll be a little bit better if the heat doesn't kill anybody. I'm not sure.
Well, AC is
that hot.
AC is more open. The thing is about MFF is we have a hotel and a convention center, and that's it. Like, yeah, that's a lot of space, but there's a lot of people, and those hallways are very small and compact, so it's tough. Meanwhile, AC, we have a convention center, a hotel, the entire square block is marked out for the con, so there's lots.
You have downtown Pittsburgh, just right half a mile down.
It's already in the basic downtown area. Like, it's...
Yeah, so you got plenty of options.
There's lots of places to move, lots of places to go. Makes stuff easy peasy for that. I've only been to AC once, but I'm going next year, so...
I'm just excited for it. I was looking at a curiosity. I was like, I wonder if I could get away with a golf cart and like just get it registered and shit like that in Pennsylvania. And I found out, yeah, that's just work. It probably wouldn't be allowed.
Yep.
Because I'm getting a golf cart and stuff. But screw it, I don't have to go anywhere. Just be my own Uber. Nope. Anyway, it's like I went through the hallway, the long hallway into the hotel, and immediately ran into you and the goat, and went through the hallway again and lived. I am invincible.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one. Try doing this Dallas Fort working the day before Thanksgiving. Yeah, that was fun. That was a disaster to get through.
Grunge says he's got to go. Well, catch you
Oh, yeah.
later. Feel free to subscribe and whatnot. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Bye, one more time.
Alright.
But yeah, you're about to go to the next phase.
Not the next phase yet, but we're on the last, like, 3 hits or so. The boss is starting to bug out a little bit. I don't know if you've noticed, but the missiles are, like, disappearing as they come out. This is what I meant about after a certain amount of time, the game starts to do a data leak. Like, the rings are supposed to bounce, and they just fell through the stage.
Yep, okay, yep. Down through the hallway. Is that just gonna be the furry version of sending someone to the back rooms?
No, the furry version of sending people to the back rooms is just sending people to the back rooms.
Oh, fair enough.
Dang it. Sending people to the hallway is like sentencing them to a torture no man wants to have. Especially in Suit. Like, okay, the hallways are hot, right? They have heaters spaced all throughout this hallway.
God, there's 75.
74, if I remember correctly.
Oh, God.
And it's wet. It's winter. So outside it's cold. Inside it's hot. It's humid because it's wet. So it's a humidity nightmare.
So, basically,
Yes. Because I've walked outside in my suit in the middle of summer in Florida. So yes, I can say it's like Florida. Especially this year because it rained like almost every single night there. So it was really wet, right? People's shoes were wet. But you'd think the hallway doesn't only connects to one parking garage, right? There's time to wipe your feet before each. so your feet shouldn't be that wet. Well, the amount of humidity in the air was causing the ground to get wet. So believe it or not, it was actually really, really difficult to walk around the hallways during the afternoons because the floors would just be wet, your shoes would be squeaky, and at first people were like, oh, this is no big deal. People were just walking around wet. It'll dry up in no time. Nope. Nope.
Nope, because it's already 101% humidity.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it just... That was the part that was not fun, was walking that hallway. The big problem was, though, was because it was so humid and stuff, the hotel and stuff smelled weird. There was a weird smell. If you sat down in a place for, like, more than an hour, you'd smell the weird funk. And it wasn't like people, it was just it was the humidity. It was just the humidity and just people. There were just
musty.
Yeah. And so many people
Basically, if you go into a basement.
So many people online apparently were like, yeah, it smells terrible. And I'm like, yeah, it does. Which was the main reason I didn't go, one of the main reasons why I didn't go to the hotel bar, because, like, I kept getting pestered to go to the hotel's buffet. Right? I didn't want to go to the hotel's buffet. The hotel's buffet is hot and expensive, and there's people everywhere already, and it's right there. Well, the thing was, I just didn't want to do it. I kept getting pestered to do it. I'm glad I didn't, though, because it was $25 a person. Yeah, well, apparently it used to be 28 or something like that. No, I'm just not. I'm not spending that absurd amount of money on a buffet. I just don't see that as, responsible. I'm like, yeah, no, I have to leave tomorrow. I'm not doing that. So we ate at McDonald's instead. So instead of spending $50 for me and Truman to eat at a buffet, I spent $30 at a McDonald's. Which was like $7 over what I wanted because we had to get French fries for the people we were staying with. Which, they'll pay us back eventually. I hope. Not that big of a deal, but like,
Elroy was joking about it. You should make a shaggy dog persona so you can at least mop up and dry off the hallway.
No.
No, it's a mess.
No, I will never, ever. I hate those kind of. I don't like dogs. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care for having a dog. They're loud and rowdy and they jump everywhere. Nope, I'm good. I will take a cat any day. That's right, you heard it here first. Big shocker, the cat likes cats.
Yeah,
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Barely hit that one. Alright. Okay, I've got 2 rings going into the final phase. Now I need quiet time.
Let's not do the golf and the enunciate. I like both. This is Ray.
I've had both. I like both, but I prefer cats.
I mean, I've had dogs in the past, and I realized I can't really do pets because I'm never there.
Nowadays, I don't do pets, but yeah, no. Heck it. All right. One.
2. What, 2? 2? Maybe 3? I don't know. I'm gonna presume it was 2. A yin is a hyena.
Oh. I'm sitting here in the chat, easy question. Like, what? I'm sitting here acting like
God damn it! I was trying. I legitimately hit straight down, and it's like, yeah, you hit this one, you hit that one. I hate this system.
oh, God, the wheels are
And don't tell me this works too, because it really doesn't. The rings just disappeared midway through that fight. I don't know if you saw it. They didn't even hit the floor. I didn't get a chance to collect them. They were just gone. Poof. This game has, like, I was just too slow. If I was any faster, the game would not be as buggy as it is getting. This is what I meant by a data leak. It fills up the RAM, and then all of a sudden, stuff just starts disappearing. Like, you can talk again. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good until we get to the phase 2.
It's like a yin, your dog software and cat hardware. Furma is your subwoofer. I don't know what they're talking about. And then like my subwoofer is chicken parm. Like I can't.
All right, my order is a taco. I should have been hit by that missile because I'm not supposed to be able to hit the missiles at all. So what? Told you this is the part where the game starts to fall apart. If I was smart, I'd close it and reopen it, but then I'd have to replay that stage again. And no, I don't want to. I am right here.
Yeah, I just saw you doing that ring and not take a hit. What? And now you hit the missile.
Yeah.
What?
Yep. This is the part of the game that is very, very. When you play the game for longer than about 3 hours, the game finishes filling up the RAM, and you're stuck with glitches happening all over the place. And this is something that happens with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet too. It's what caused all of the problems with Scarlet and Violet.
Those people would sit there and play for a long time in session.
Yeah, and then the game starts getting buggier. The problem with Scarlet and Violet starts doing it right away. Sonic Superstars doesn't do it until you're about like 3 or 4 stages in. So if you're sitting and lollygagging with this game, like close the game after a little while and then open it back up after you've reset your console. I promise you, it'll run better, it'll work right.
Yeah. No missile you just hit and didn't take damage. What?
Mm-hmm. It's weird.
The Scarlet and Violet wasn't designed for long-term sessions of mine.
No.
No, I'm pretty sure it's more just because it's random.
They just didn't optimize the game. We're at phase 2, by the way. I've got 50 seconds on the clock. It's gonna hit 0 before I'm done. It always does. There are ways to beat this boss before the timer hits 0, apparently. I don't know it. I'm not going to learn it. One. Yeah, but Scarlet and Violet, I ended up, I think I lost all my data on it. I'm scared to boot the game back up, and I have to transfer the save file over to my Switch OLED. Because I started it on a standard Switch, and then I got a Switch OLED. You may notice the screen juts forward every now and again. Like it skipped a couple frames, or the game thinks it skipped a couple frames, but it didn't. That's just something the game is doing.
I just noticed it's getting choppy.
Yes. Hello, KE949. We're on the final boss for part 1 here, so... Oh, man. Welcome, welcome. Part 2 will be less buggy, I hope. No. You don't get to do the lasers. 2. Please open up for a 3rd hit. 3. That was the final hit, by the way. God damn it.
Ah, shit.
Back we go.
Yeah.
What did Empathetic say, by the way?
Yeah, I was waiting till you got on there. Would you recommend an OLED if I got a Switch that's a few years old, or should I suggest waiting?
Okay, if your Switch is starting to... I can suggest an OLED if it's on sale. If it's on sale and you find it for like $200, go for it. If you think you can wait until Nintendo officially releases the next system, wait. If you think you're good with your Switch, just wait. But if you want like better performance on your Switch and you think you're going to be using it for a long time, get an OLED, transfer everything over, make sure you've got everything transferred over, and go from there. Like me, it was more of a... I've had my Switch since launch. My Switch is like a day 1 Switch. The battery was starting to go, and it wasn't, like, not bad or anything. Like, I was playing Tears of the Kingdom on my original Switch, and it was going just fine. But I wanted to get the OLED because I wanted to get higher quality footage for you guys. And that's what I did. I bought the OLED. And, of course, I didn't get the OLED until this year. Damn it. But of course, they're, you know, I hear rumors about the next Nintendo console, and I'm going, is it backwards compatible, is it not? And I kind of just said, well, either way, if I get the OLED, at least I'll be okay. At least I don't have to think about it, right? So it's kind of up to you. The OLED's nice, it runs games better, but not so much better that you're going to be, like, blown away. It is more powerful, but it's not like... Everybody is expecting, like, PlayStation 5 Pro and stuff, because last generation's hardware was built on the cheap. Like, the Xbox One and the PS4 space models weren't really built with longevity in mind, so they had to come out with the Xbox One X and the PlayStation 4 Pro. Meanwhile, the PS5 is built like a monster. The Switch was built like, you know, a tablet. You know, it runs, but it's not. You're not gonna get most fidelity out of it or anything. But the games will run well, as long as they're optimized. So
I had a Switch for a little while. I bought one used, and had it for a while until COVID hit. I ran pretty good. Granted, I never had any in the game. I had Breath of the Wild, and I played it a little bit. But I thought overall it was pretty good. Outside of the Joy-Con flip, had to go buy an actual set of Joy-Cons.
Yeah, Joy-Con drift's always annoying. Honestly, though, I don't know. It's all up to preference, right? Like, I'm a YouTube content creator. I play video games often, and the Switch not running the best was bothering me in certain situations. I wanted to get better footage. It was just kind of a, alright, this is actually a no-brainer moment. I kind of need one. And we picked one up, and, yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's better. Yeah, sure, it's better. It's not like leaps and bounds better. It's not jumping from a base PS4 to a PS5, but I think it's better. It's incremental.
Sometimes the Joy-Con drift can get real bad, and the other time it just works fine. And that was a weird thing when I had mine. Granted, also I just remember why I had mine. Why I even had that thing was because my friends were all really into Pokemon, and I was kind of like I'm left out with this, and I ended up going to buy a used one just to go play Sword and Shield.
Yeah, I've been gypped too much by Pokemon to actually see them as like a game studio anymore. They're just a money-making company. That's all they do. They don't make games. What games? Like I won't buy the DLC or anything for this upcoming game. I won't unless it really makes the game run better. Because I don't know. I did
play Pokemon Red. I did play Pokemon Red off of. Have you ever heard of that? Was it that Pokemon MMO thing? That fan one from like 2016, 2018, something like that.
Yeah.
I did that with my friends in college, and that was the only Pokemon game I've ever actually beaten. Actually, no, I can't say I've beaten it because I gave up after the legendary group and stuff like that. I gave up.
See, it's not like Pokemon's a bad franchise at all. Oh heavens, no. You can make a great monster collecting and hunting game. The problem is Pokemon Company doesn't care anymore, right?
Oh,
Like,
okay, crap.
like, okay, the last time they actually cared was like Sun and Moon on the 3DS. The game ran not super well, but it looked great. It sounded good. The story was alright. And then Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon came out, and it was just the same game with a few minor tweaks that made the game worse. And I just went, okay, I'm not gonna touch this. And then I got Sword and Shield, and it didn't look the best, but I was like, you know what? Let's give them a break. It's a handheld company going to a console. They did it in a little over a year. I'll accept it. And then it became excuse after excuse with the company on why they weren't doing this and that. I was like, alright, whatever. The DLC came out, and I was like, okay, this is kind of lackluster, but I had fun. Then Scarlet and Violet came out, and I was like, okay, we are like 2 or 3 years out from Sword and Shield. They had time to sit and make this game what it is, and the game still ran like terribly. I'm like, you're being shown up by every other studio at Nintendo. What are you doing? It's kind of like Mortal Kombat 1, 9, whatever the fuck the new one is. It's like, why does the Switch version look terrible? Oh, they outsourced it and didn't care because it's cheaper to do that. I'm like, yeah. Why? You know a good amount of... You're going to get a good amount of sales from the Switch. Why not put the effort in to keep those players playing? What? And that's what drives me nuts about the Pokemon Company, is they don't care. They don't care. They care about that initial sale, a sale of a DLC, and that's it. They are a money-making company. They don't care about the consumers. They don't care about putting in a good game. They care about getting a game out every year, so that way then they can make money. One of the things that people keep saying they should do is hey, just put Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, and Red and Blue on Switch Online. It'd be an easy win. It would take no time at all. And then you could have Pokemon Home integration and stuff later. It's okay. People just want to be able to play these older titles. And then for the past year, 2 years, nothing. Not a gosh darn thing. We get Stadium 2, but they won't put Red, Blue, and Crystal on there. They won't put any of that on there. Because because those games are better put together. There's more people that would play them. It would make their main titles look very, very weak if they did that, because then they'd have all these numbers saying that the older games did better. And what do they do then, right? And that's the problem, because then they can't market new monsters to everybody. Because then they know that they messed up. They'd have to just go back and remake another game, and they wouldn't be able to add anything new to it because everybody just wants to play the old ones. It's why Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, we didn't get like a proper port or something like that. We got a remake that was slapdashed and had to be rushed because they needed something out to make money. To appease shareholders, because Pokemon Company is not in the market of making good games. They are in the market of making money for shareholders and stockholders. And I know that's going to hurt some people's feelings, because some people are really into Pokemon, but let's be honest. They just stopped trying after... They just stopped trying after Sun and Moon. And I don't care how good their 10-cent mobile game is, or how great Pokemon Go is.
I never got over how much the world just kind of like went into like, wait, what is this? And basically kind of stopped.
The only thing I remember about Pokemon Go was I wanted to give it a shot. My phone wasn't good enough to play the game. And my dad... I was trying to reconnect with my father at that time, and he was having to put up with his girlfriend who wouldn't stop playing the game. So anytime I tried to talk to my dad, he'd be yelling about Pokemon Go. So I didn't really get to have a nice relationship with my father at that point, because he was more enthralled with his girlfriend playing Pokemon Go.
When it came out, I was on vacation in Virginia Beach, and the statue of whatever it was, Greek god of water, and it was packed constantly because it was a Pokestop, and it was basically the only Pokestop in the boardwalk at Virginia Beach, and it was just insanity. Like, you couldn't get near it at all. And they actually have the police come by and kick people out of the way of the boardwalk, so the boardwalk continued to be open so other people could get through.
The Pokestop in my hometown was at the police station. So
Oh god.
Yeah. So people kept going up to the police station to take pictures and stuff, and the police were like, "What the heck is going on here?" They later they moved it, right? As those stops moved. And they got moved to like across the street at the post office. They had to put up a sign that said, if you're here just to play Pokemon Go, leave, or you'll be forcibly removed from the premises. Because people couldn't get their mail. Like,
I remember one when it first came out about some guy's random house was the Pokestop. And
a few people...
He made bank off of it.
I'm sure. Put up a little toll booth and like, nope, you pay.
Yeah, that's basically what he did. Oh god, I couldn't imagine playing Pokemon Go when I was growing up, because it was just like, there's nothing there. Like, the closest Pokestop would be like the gas station that's 20 minutes away.
Yeah, I refuse now to play any of that stuff on principle of the quality of their games. And you know, everybody can say, "Oh, that's stupid." I'm like, no, it's not. If I want good games, I have to speak with my wallet. And for Pokemon, they're never gonna stop putting them out. So until they learn that they just need to delay certain titles, I'm just not gonna play Pokemon. And I'm okay with that. I might put in Scarlet and Violet every now and again if they fix it, but I'm not gonna get a new game. Hell no. That's nothing against anybody else who plays it. Heck, Artie plays Pokemon all the time. She can...
My brother loves Pokemon.
I'll still even watch the directs and stuff. The anime, I've heard, is doing quite well. But if I'm gonna sit and do anything with Pokemon, they gotta improve that quality. 'Cause until the quality is right, I speak with my wallet. It's why I'll buy a Sonic game like day one, and then still make a video about it. Because at least I know I'm getting some semblance of quality with a Sonic game, even if it's a little buggy. Which is why this game was a little disappointing when it came out, because I was like expecting a certain level of quality, and then it wasn't there on some of the fronts that I really played the Sonic game for. The game is bugging out so hard, it's actually getting hard to win.
But yeah, I was just reset or just call it. It's up to you. This is getting ridiculous.
I really want to beat this.
Even in the buggy state.
I did it before. I swear I could do it again.
Okay.
I promise it's not that hard. I just...
Oh yeah, it's like I can respect that. The only game I ever felt confident enough to even ever pre-order was TTK. What is that?
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. No.
I'm on the second phase, by the way.
So the only game I ever pre-ordered was BF4. Got pissed off about it, and then I turned around and put a pre-order in for Fallout 4. Of course I might be. Alright, the other one I've ever pre-ordered was GTA 5.
I'm starting the fight, please. I have something to say on GTA, but I'd rather wait till I finish.
part 2 will be next week. Someone chat can tell me how many times I've hit him. That would be fantastic. Done! Did it! Win! I win!
Oh my god, I was sitting there and all seeing all the freaking frames.
I did it! I won!
All the frames. Oh my god.
I told you, this game is good until it starts getting buggy, and then it just kind of...
All the mission animation frames. Oh my god.
And the game would be fine if it just didn't do that. The minute it overloads the RAM, the minute the cache catches up to it, it's just like, we don't know what to do, it just throws it up. So, oh man, we got nearly 150 views on this thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So part 2 will be next week. We'll have Trip's story and the final boss possibly on a part 3. So this will be about a 3-week venture with Sonic Superstars. Once again, if anybody knows a cheap Apple device that can run Sonic Dream Team well, let me know, because I really want to play that game, and I want to do like a first impression stuff with everybody. Shout out to RAM. Yeah, the RAM. Oh, man. So Sonic Superstars, in my honest opinion, is an okay Sonic game. Oh, I just realized I haven't shown off Super Forms throughout this entire... I think I showed off Super Tails once. Super Knuckles, too. But I didn't show off Amy. Amy throws hammers, and Sonic is just Super Sonic. There we go. Runs fast. They didn't make this hallway long enough so the game doesn't know what to do when we load, which is what's going on here. Essentially, we're moving faster than the screen. That's why the screen is juddering like that. If the game has more RAM, it doesn't do this, because the game can load stuff faster. Yeah, I don't know.
The RAM is just trying to reverse.
And it's not even that the PS5 doesn't have enough RAM, it's just it's filling up and not unloading it fast enough. This is just like an issue of optimization. That's it.
Yep. Also, hi Mega. You just joined at the end.
Hi, Dark Mega. Welcome. Oh man, yeah, no, we'll do part 2 with Trip's story next week on Wednesday. Oh boy. So, chat, what'd you think? What's the chat think?
Don't worry, that's a shy.
What do you think, Matt, man, since you saw a little bit more of the game than some of the people in chat?
Oh man. So I'm just not good with platformers, but it's definitely. I can see what you're talking about with some of the stuff not being well polished, and granted, I don't know the history of Sonic, so I can't really say anything about it compared to the others. But I can definitely tell with like some of the platforms being so requiring frame fervor, or especially in the reverse, with some of them not being, you can't even tell what's coming up.
Oh yeah, so I forgot to mention, Sonic's special ability is a homing attack. So...
Good old, or just like, it's nice, I'll play with the machine with 128 gigabytes of DDR5.
Yep, that sounds... Run it on that with the max settings, go for it. Like...
I mean, I'm pretty sure it would probably be better fixed if you ran ECC RAM, but then you would require a server.
Maybe. Maybe. That's not something I really know too much
Nah,
about.
man, I don't know much about it either. I just had a IT guy explain stuff to me about ECC and how it works. I'm like, yeah, I kind of need that for the stupid crap I do with servers, but I'm like, I don't have that kind of money to burn because it would need like a Threadripper. Like I would have to go buy like an AMD Threadripper and all this other stuff. I'm like, nope.
Honestly, I'm really glad I got to show this off. If in either part 2 or 3, if we do a part 3, I will show off all the multiplayer stuff. And if people want to do multiplayer with me, I'll open it up to that. But for part 1 at least, it's just, we're doing main story. Part 2, we're at least doing trip story. And if I can get to it, the final story, which is just a boss fight. Oh man, my main issues with this game is just it isn't optimized. That's it. I don't have that many gripes with this game. I think it's fine. It just needs to be optimized and but like I'm not here to bash this game. I wish I could replay the credits over and over again, but you can only do it when you beat that final Eggman thing. So the final boss. So if you think, oh, I'll just grind for medals in the credits. No, there's no way to view the credits after you've done them once. Which I think is kind of bad. I think the music is inconsistent, but all the tracks are good. They just need different instrumentation for the ones that sound more like a Genesis stage. And last but not least, I think my final main takeaway is this game is good. Wait for a discount. It's a solid like 8. 7 or 8. Good, not perfect. And I don't know if everybody's gonna agree with that, but that is my takeaway. So many. I know the credits just keep going, don't they?
Oh no, I was saying, I didn't know my mic picked up my phone notifications. I got a whole bunch of notifications from work.
Oh boy, yeah, no, it did not pick up anything.
Okay, yeah, I gotta emerge. I have to go back to California.
Oh my god.
I thought I was done for the year. I thought I was completely done. I would have basically the month of December off. Nope.
Nope. You want Christmas? Screw you.
Oh no, I'll be back before Christmas. It's from Sunday to Thursday. Fly out Saturday, fly home Friday.
I gotcha.
At least I got my PTO approved for the end of the year and my PTO approved for the con.
Oh, I do have some good news and some hope, I should say, to give people. Not so much on Sonic front, but on Mega Man's front. We should be hearing about the next Mega Man game next year. I've got it on good word that perhaps the game might be nearing completion. And that game started development right after 2018, so should be a good time. Anyways, I enjoyed this game. It was nice.
I just kind of drop in once, say hello.
Yeah, then you ended up sticking around for almost the entire game.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here starving. I gotta go cook noodles to get the pizza. Yeah, I'm gonna use noodles to make pizza. The spaghetti.
Macaroni and cheese pizza when? It is. I like it at least.
Like, I miss Cece's macaroni and cheese pizza.
I had a friend that went to Cece's over the convention.
I didn't know they were still in business.
Yeah, they are.
Closed.
Yeah, they're a little rare, but because they went bankrupt. But yeah, no, they're still a thing.
Yeah.
I like eating at Cece's. It's been a while though. There used to be a ton around us. Now the nearest one is like, I don't know, like a half hour out. And I'm like, not a half hour out of ways to do that, but.
I'm hoping this time we go out to California and I won't get burned out. I'm probably gonna take an extra day off and just go explore. I don't know where this job is.
Do that. Get some pictures of some cool places if you can.
Yeah, I gotta see if I can. I don't know where. I gotta see where this is. Actually, where is this place? Okay, it's the name of the city itself. Okay, this is the plant name. It's not the same name of the city, and I have no idea where this is at.
Nope.
My luck, it's in the middle of nowhere.
Of course.
Yeah, it's usually what it is. Middle of nowhere, or the smack dab in the middle of San Jose.
Ugh. Oh, for the final ending here, if you want to get as many tokens as possible, do what I'm doing, because if you use your super meter, it does eat away the ring at the rings you've collected. Very slowly, mind you, but you'll still end up with, like, 2 or 3 less than you would otherwise, so... This right here is the best strategy, from what I can tell. There might be an even better one, but... I have done this with like 2 or 3 players, and we broke the credits. We got the player to spin around in a circle on the far right hand side of the screen, and then we built up momentum to the point where the game couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. It's in the middle of nowhere.
Ah, dang.
It's like 3.5 hours away from like Monterey, California. So Monterey, it's like another hour south from San Francisco. So yeah, too far away. So yeah, that's gonna be fun to figure out. After that, I'm probably gonna go out there and go cook food. I'm starving.
Oh, you're all good. I'm
That-
just glad you could stop in for a bit, because I definitely needed a co-host for that second half there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I came in at like the perfect time because I realized I left my monitor on, and I was like watching the stream the whole time. When I left.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm getting off here because between cooking food and I ordered furniture, and it arrived, and I realized I bought too much.
Oh.
Now I got $50 how to fit a couch, a love seat, and a recliner in this living room, and not realizing it's bigger than I thought.
Have fun with that. I do not envy you.
Now, I don't know, get some lumber, make a second floor so you can climb up onto the love seat on top of it. Just make sure you don't hit the projector. So, alright. Alright guys, I'll talk to you all later. Bye, what a time.
Later. So that's it for today. Part 2 will be next week on Wednesday. I've got a short plan for short stand for Monday next week. But that's it for me, for this week at least. I have been your humble host, Gavin the Kitty. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please drop a like, share it with friends, subscribe. I've got content coming out constantly. You can follow me on Twitter or on Blue Sky at GavinDragonYT. You can donate to the PayPal link on your screen or in the description below if you want to be extra helpful. I've also got a Discord and Telegram art group down below where you can check out my artwork and also talk and chat with the entire group of people watching. That's it for me. I've been your humble host. Good night, everybody.